Hey, it's skycat.live. What's up? How you doing? It's 5/13/2024, which is a Monday, May 13, 2024. The weekend is over, and it was a long 3 days, but we made it through to the week. And now I've got four kind of off days. I actually consider forcing myself to take a new day off. On Mondays, I'm thinking I might force myself to take a day off because I have been working too hard. Like, I have been cracking because I've been working too hard. So, gonna address that. And I don't know what it'll be. Maybe a half day on Mondays. Maybe what I'm thinking, like, during the day on Monday, I just lie in bed and detune and watch television and don't do anything for a while. Because, god damn it, man, working, like, 15 hours a day, every single fucking day for hundreds of days, it really fucking gets to you. It does. It takes me like 15 hours to detune down from this job, and then I sleep for another 12, and I get back up. I've never worked this hard in my life, and it goes on for days and days and days and days and days and days and days. And so here I am. I promised myself I would take the day off. Instead, I'm here at 7 p.m. or whatever it is, 7:15 p.m. And I'm just here to, yesterday I worked a double. I went from and by double, I mean triple, right? Because I worked like I think it was a 12 and a half hour shift. I went out to the garden and I hung out with my family for Mother's Day, and I did physical labor for 3 hours. Then I went bought a bottle of vodka, came back home and drank, and then proceeded to sing for, I think, 5-6 hours, something like that. And so, I mean, that was already a 14-hour shift into a 5-hour, into a 3-hour labor session, into another 5-hour fucking shift. It was like 26 hours or something like that. It was just fucked up. It wasn't that much, but it was like 21 hours or something like that. And so I'm like, okay, I mean, you couldn't call this work. It's not like I'm lifting stuff all day or moving boxes or something, or, you couldn't really call it physical labor, but I mean, it is work. It has a cost, it has a taxing effect. So that's where I'm at. So, and then at the end of it, I found myself wanting to cut myself off from the rest of humanity. At the end of it all, I just find myself, my reaction to all of it, like overworking myself and all this stuff, is just to cut off the rest of humanity. All of it. And so I addressed that yesterday. I'm going to go into an actual psychiatrist now. And we're going to look at something called disassociation. My Razer software popped for some reason. Oh, I just want you to close. Yeah, cancel. Yes, cancel. I'm fine. I have Razer, don't I? Wait. No, I don't. I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. There it is. Sorry. So, I just, so I've got to, I think I can probably work 14-hour days, like six days a week. But one of those days, like Sunday or Monday, probably Monday, I'll just take like a half day, and I'll only do like 7-8 hours, because this is too much. It's 14 hours a day, fucking 7 days a week. It's too much. So, and so and that's my desire to do that. I mean, it's not you guys or anybody else's fault but my own. That's my own fault. Like, can't blame anybody else but me. So, I'm gonna kill the music or not kill, but I'm gonna turn it down. It's a bit too aggressive. I want to like half that. There we go. Sorry. So. So yeah, I immediately got on my phone, texted all my friends that I was never going to speak to them again. And then the next morning, I'm like, I'm sorry, guys, please don't pay attention to me. I am overworked and crazy, and I don't, and I'm doing the best I've ever done in my whole life, because I'm actually doing something for myself for once, finally, I'm actually trying to look after myself and my job and my life and doing something for me instead of just hustling in the fucking streets trying to keep a crew alive all of my life. I'm doing something for myself. And, It's been a battle. It's been a battle to not cry on stream. It's been a battle not to scream on stream. It's been a battle to not use it like a primal screening exercise. I had one of my people who supports me in the community ask me last night, "Are you doing okay?" I whispered him back, and I can read verbatim what I said, but I won't. Like, I was like, "Yes, I'm doing the best I've ever done. I've got a loving family, and I've got a home, and I'm not on the streets, and no one's hunting. Well, people are hunting me, but I mean, what else is new?" And but other than that, I'm like doing great. Fucking great. And and so thank you for your concern, but I'm actually really, really good. I like me using the stream as a primal screaming and like a venting exercise is a selfish thing. But I mean, understand that's what it is. That is exactly what it is. It's just me being selfish, using the stream like a fucking psychiatrist's office. And I realize that that's probably really unfair to you guys to witness me just go from screaming to crying to happy inside of 10 seconds. I know that's got to be some kind of emotional whirlwind for you guys. I can't be a normal person to be around. I never thought I was. And so, yeah. And so thank you for the concern to anybody who's asked lately. I'm doing great. I do not have any thoughts of self-harm. I don't have any, I don't have any depression going on. If I'm doing stuff like cutting off my friends, I'm hiring a psychiatrist the next day to find out why, stuff like that. Cause it's like to find out why, and I'm addressing it. I'm not just stuffing it all inside, becoming some kind of explosion, or implosion device. I'm actually addressing all the problems and getting it all out. Every once in a while I write out information to myself. I have conquered my anger problem, I would say, and now I've got a sorrow problem, and I'll conquer that too. You know what I'm saying? I'm ready to battle all of my problems and get back to being a healthy human being with no stigma and no neuroticism and no crazy idiosyncrasies and just I don't want to cut off the human race. I don't want to cut them out of my life. I decided this morning that I don't. I just don't. I don't want to cut off the human race. I will keep them at a healthy distance, like my aunt does. But I will not. I will not cut off the human race. I will not stop the stream. I will not. There's nothing like that. These are not the thoughts. Well, I'm having those thoughts of like, how can I keep the humans the fuck away from me so I can do my job, be left alone, heal, and actually get better again, right? And so, but I mean, in reality, they're not going to go away. So it is my issue. I will address it. Is my I will keep them at a healthy fucking length. I think that's healthy and normal. But I will not kick them out of my life anymore. I just tried to do it again last night, and the next morning I was like, I am terribly sorry. I have some kind of detachment, disassociation problem where I just want to say goodbye to all my best friends, and I am terribly sorry. That is not that is not where I wanted to go. But I mean, that's just what I want. I will be right now. I don't ever want to talk to another human again. My greatest desire is to not ever talk to another human again. Not even my family, And I don't mean that because they're bad people or anything like that, or that I dislike them. I love them to death. I love being around them. I like spending time with them. But I have some damage, and how it manifested is brain damage and a catastrophic traumatic brain injury, and it has manifested in this desire to just get the humans the fuck out of my life for a long time. I don't want to date anybody. I don't want to fucking be around anybody. I don't want to go to Friday Night Magic. I don't want to go to fucking to music shows or clubs. All the things that I used to do. I don't want to do any of that. I don't want to do any of it. I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't want to eat burritos and read about OJ. I'm not getting out of bed today. And you could call that depression, but I don't think it is. I don't think it's depression. I think it's just disassociation. It's like, okay, well, these people, they love me and they've helped me survive and they're my wonderful friends and family and I love them. But the damage that I have makes me want to disassociate from all of them. This is one of the reasons why I like the album Mechanical Animals so much. Is pretty much like 10 of the 14 tracks on that album are about how he used cocaine to just disassociate from everybody and use it as an excuse to like hide out as some cracked out, white skinned, makeup disassociated person. And he was making statements like, I can tell you what to say in space, that our world is too gray, you know? And stuff like that, and you could tell he's just disassociative off cocaine, like on that like glam rocker David Bowie lifestyle thing. You know, him and Trent Reznor were like doing lines of cocaine in Sharon Tate's house in the '90s and shit when he wrote that, and like, or what I mean, yeah, when he wrote those albums, Antichrist Superstar and all that, and so I think that was the code for me. Later on, we began to realize that it might be because he's not. I don't believe he's a rapist, Marilyn Manson. I think he's a sadist, and I think Evan Rachel Wood was abused by him, and I think he's a despicable human being. But I think that I think she signed up for it. I don't go around the king of S&M glam rock in the middle of a cocaine binge and not expect depravity and fucked up fucking S&M fucking sadism, sex, and all this. I don't go around like the king of industrial, pretty much, expecting anything different, you know? And I don't know why she did. And I mean, you can listen to all the albums about him talking about Tourniquet and The Man That You Fear and all this other stuff, and I don't know what she expected when she went around him, you know? That's not defending him or saying that what he did was okay. I'm saying he never hid who he was. Never once, never, it was all there. The fucking crazy makeup and the smears and the fucking, the crazy eyes and the emaciated cocaine body and all that. What did you expect when you went around somebody like that, right? So I'm just saying, like, now if he abused her or raped her, I'm terribly sorry and fucking put his ass in jail, but they didn't put him in jail, you know? So I don't know. I don't know what it is. It sucks. I mean, one of your heroes is a fuck up or a pederast or a rapist or something like that. It just sucks. So. But one of the things he taught me, and I know where I get this from. It's from drugged out people who hide in their house for 6 months. Don't leave. Don't go shopping. Don't do anything. They just do drugs. They have drugs delivered to them. There was a beautiful example of it in Party Monster, where right before he kills poor Angel, him and Gitsy, that's who plays Gitsy. It's she's my favorite actress. I can't think of her fucking name. But yeah, Gitsy, right? And him and Gitsy and a couple of other people are holed up in a tent in his living room for 5 months or something like that. And they have ketamine cooked in their oven and brought to them, and they have cocaine brought in every single day and heroin and all this. And they just hole up in there and they listen to honestly, Marilyn Manson, Smashing Pumpkins, the great Lou Reed, and Velvet Underground for like 5 months, right? Or at least that's what we did. And they just disconnect from reality entirely and start living inside this like Narnia world in their head, and there's no telling what might happen. In Party Monster, he kills poor Angel. He just smashes him with a fucking Pyrex glass, I think, if I remember correctly. He just smashes him in the head and kills him. Now, and that's the sort of depravity that disassociation can do to you when you completely cut yourself off from your society, your people, your friends, your family, and you just hole up somewhere. For me, it's now been, like Bon Iver, I've been holed up for, I think, almost 3 years now, like 2 years and 7 months or something. The entirety of all of it almost was me streaming like 12 fucking 16 hours a day for 2 or 3 years or something like that. It is going to continue to be that for a long, long time. And while all of that's unhealthy, I don't think it's having a bad effect upon me. I don't think it is. I think it is my lifestyle. I think it is my lifestyle. I think it is who I am. And I don't try and fight it. I think it is who I am. And so, you know, and that disassociation now, I am going to battle it. I want both. I want the healthy segregation between me and the human race. I don't even want a wife, I don't think. I don't want to breed. It's not the Kikimora thing. It's not that I don't want to do anything. I work so hard all the time. Even physically, I work hard and I walk all the time. I mean, I'm not even a physically lazy person. I'm not. I'm losing weight. I'm doing great. It's that that the damage that the society caused me so much fear and angst that I'm just afraid that if I'm around them, they'll cause me more. And it's all me. It was none of them. I mean, a couple of them tried to kill me and stuff and deserve jail and all the stuff that they got. But I mean, like, overall, or will get. But I mean, like, overall, you know, like, overall, I would say that, you know, it was, you know, overall undeserved. I don't think I should have cut off humanity, but I did. It was undeserved. It was undeserved to my friends. They did not deserve this. I told all three of my best friends last night, I was like, you guys don't deserve this. You guys don't deserve this. Um, and so, you know, I mean, that's the bottom fucking line. It doesn't matter what my fucking feelings are or whatever. They don't deserve to just be fucked and cut off like that. Just fucked over it and out like that. It just erased out of my life. I don't think they deserve that. They didn't stick around and back me financially or emotionally or in my life or loved me or in one of their cases have sex with me even if you know, if she didn't love me. And I think and those things that, you know, the things that, you know, the things that mattered got thrown to the wayside. I fucking cut all of those people off. Oops. Well, we'll kill a few. I'll kill a few before I leave. I'm going to go make money, or no, I have to go do my plants, but yeah. So, okay, guys, we're going to play some video games now. That was the 20-minute long, and we're almost to the second here. 1950 right here. 1951 on the, I'm sorry, on the recording, it's 16 minutes. It's a 17-minute long spiel about what I'm going through. If you guys were wondering, it's the complete disassociation from the human race. It's not healthy. I'm watching my friends and my family do it. I'm seeing many people in my personal life like react to these problems and with the human race and stuff like school shootings and stuff. They react to it by just disassociating. And so I promise that I won't do that much more, you know, and I'm going to make efforts. Like today we're going to, well, not today, but I had to build the whole plan, and tomorrow I'm going to begin moving and stuff on it. Like, you know, today, I understood that my greatest desire, and it took me 40 some odd years to realize it. My greatest desire is to never speak to anybody ever again. It more so than sex, more so than security, more so than love, more so than like my family or the security of myself or my family. I want the human beings out of my fucking life entirely. And I have recognized how really terrible that might actually be for me, if no one else, me, and everybody else. And so I'm not going to go down that path. I'm not going to take that route. I'm not going to alienate my friends any further than I already have. I'm making the apologies directly to them. I don't expect them to listen. They've got this behavior for the last like 10 years. I don't expect them to understand. I think they're probably going to think I'm just being dramatic again. But I'm dead serious. I am gonna address the the demon in my room, the elephant in the room, which is right here. The demon is sitting in the room with me. It's like a dark passenger, like Dexter used to say. Every time that I feel harmed by the human fucking race for no reason at all, for no good goddamn reason at all, except for the shittiness in their souls or whatever, I just want to disconnect completely and never speak to another human being again. That's my response to it. I don't want to physically hurt them. I don't want to shoot them up in a school or some shitty shit like that. I don't want to hurt myself. I don't want to shoot myself. I don't want to hurt anybody. I don't want to go smack them up the side of the head and be like, yeah, dealing with you was really hard for me and I don't ever want to deal with you again. You know, I don't want to do that shit. I don't even want to blame the human race. It's not fair to them. They've been good. Most of them have been good to me. Most of them. But it was enough bad that I just was like, no, I don't like you anymore. Don't want you around me. I don't even want my best friends around me. I don't want to have sex with my best friend, even though I'm in love with her. I don't want to, I don't want to, like, don't want to be with anyone or be around anyone. And that is a terrible, terrible psychological ailment that, I don't know if you want to call it like a disease or what, but there's this belief that that there's 7 billion people on this planet and all of them are bad for you. All of them. All of them. From your mother on down to your worst enemy, all of them. From the best of the best to the worst of the worst. It doesn't matter. I don't like any of them. I don't like my mother. I don't like my stepfather. I don't like my friends. Honestly, I don't like my family. I don't like the country. I don't like our politicians. I don't like the people. I don't like human race. Don't want them around me. Don't care what they think. All this other stuff. And I say it every day, but I mean, I've got to get out of that loop and just accept that that's not going to work for me. It's not going to work for me. It will not work for me. It's not a valid plan to just cut off everybody. A man is not an island. That is not going to work for me. And so now, and then you wonder why I'm crying on stream so much and stuff like that. Is because I mourn the death of everybody in my life. I don't expect to ever see them again. You think I'm crying because I'm some bitch? No, I'm mourning the loss of everybody and everything that I ever knew. If you wonder why I cry so much, why I cry almost right now. I'm mourning the loss of everything and everybody I knew. A dead government, a dead humanity, a dead civilization, a dead set of friends, a dead love life, a dead everything. It's just crazy. It's just fucking dead. And the idiots are flexing their demon muscles now, and they're fucking us on Bitcoin pastors and all this, and it's just crazy. It's like a level of depravity and degeneracy I never ever would have imagined that the human race would descend into. And my solution was bye with a cheerful smile. Bye, see ya, bye. And I think that's normal. I think that's fairly normal. I would say it is normal to believe that way. Bye. And so, but no, I don't think it is okay. It's normal, but I don't think it's okay. And so I will take steps. I will get a new psychiatrist. I have a PTSD therapist, and now I'm about to go get a psychiatrist while we deal with this disassociation of this disassociation problem that I have, where I'm like, nope, don't want it. Don't want the connections. Don't want the people. Don't want the love. Don't want the accolades. I don't care if anybody likes me. I don't care if anybody watches me. I don't want it, I don't have a great deal of value about the human, I don't view the human race as having a great deal of value. So, so we just chill. And we try to invite them back in again, back into my heart, back into my life, back into my soul, back into my it was too much damage being around you guys for too long. Your governments and your bullshit, your systemic punishment of drug addicts, your fucking failures, and how bad they hurt. And I just, and the pariah cat, the pariahness of it all, being pariahed for no reason, being a strong member of your community and being pariahed for drug use or something like that. I mean, what good could the people be if they just shove out their weakest link like that and fucking throw us in jail and ostracize us and never speak to us again? What good of a society or how good of a humanity could it be if that's how they treat the most unfortunate people in their society? Why would I ever want to be around them? It's a fair question. So these are the things that, I go on having a holy war in the fucking mental over whether or not I stay in the human race every single fucking day, and I cry over it. You know what I'm saying? It sucks, but I mean, to me, that's the level that it's degenerated to, where it's like, like I'm looking at the over. It's like you're in. It's like we've signed a contract, me and the human race, and I'm the artist, and they're the manager or some such, because they hold sway over everything that I do, and even my freedom. They hold sway over whether I eat or not, or whether I sleep or not. It's just fucking crazy. I feel like the gods and managers run my life, and it drives me fucking crazy. My schedules and everything that I do. And I just, and at that point, I'm like, sooner or later I have to accept that I've made some covenant with these people that I don't like, and that I have to live with it, and then I have to stop acting like it's a bad thing, because I don't think it is. My friends are not a bad thing. I treat them like they are. I apologize to them like they're expendable to me. Like I can just toss them to the fucking curb, because I can. They're part of the human race that I can't stand. It sucks, but I can't stand them. I really can't stand them. I can't be around them anymore. And so you look at that, like, why do I even keep friends then if you don't even like them anymore? And it's weird. I don't know. I have to, though. I'm going to keep them, even when I don't like them. And like, and it's not because they did anything wrong. It's because their commitments are anathema to me, and I don't have it, and I don't have the discipline to be in their lives or to even talk to them. At that point, I'm like, why? I did so much damage to them, and why would I even continue on with them at that point? And I struggle with that every day, but those are the thoughts of a loser. You can't win with thoughts like that. You have to accept that it's a glass that's half full. The glass is half full of piss. I like my friends and I love them, but I don't think I like myself around them. And I try to be myself around them, but I begin to realize very quickly that I'm not a very good person, in terms of like quality wise. I'm not I'm a high taxing individual. My friends didn't like it. I'm taxing to be friends with. I'm abrasive was a word that a girl used once. I cried like a little girl in front of 23 people one time. I'll never fucking get it. And I was like, I'm sorry, I'm just who I am. And she's like, it's okay, you're just a little abrasive, and I can't really handle it right now. And I took that so badly. I fucked that girl, by the way. But I mean, like, but she was like, you're abrasive. It's the word for it. She's like, you're abrasive. And I'm like, oh my God. I've been struggling with that one for like 15 years. I was like, yeah, I'm abrasive. I'm hard to be around. I'm demanding. I'm loud. I'm fucking, I'm an asshole. I will tell you what I think. I don't care, and I'll walk the fuck away from you too when you don't immediately change it to what I need you to be, or whatever. If you don't suit me, I walk away. You know what I'm saying? I don't care about you, and you're expendable to me, essentially. And that sucks. All my friends are like expendable to me. I have to embrace this idea that I'm a bad person, that I should maybe not be friends with them. So I want to keep them in my life, and I want to be friends with them and be nice to them and love them and all this stuff. But, it will take a therapist to keep them. I don't think I can. I mean, I'm going to try. I'm going to try with all my goddamn heart and soul. But I do not think I can keep my friends. I went and saw them this year, and it did not inspire faith in me that these friendships will last. I don't think, So, and they were what defined my life. Those friendships define my life, and here we are. That's where we're at. Like, here we are. That's, and so I know it's a hard thing to talk about this stuff. I fear that a lot of my fellow human beings are going through the exact same thing. They say a lot of men my age don't have friends anymore, and I would say, yeah. My thing is, I don't have the time. I don't have the commitment. I don't have the travel money. I don't have the reality to live in the land of my birth or my native state. I don't have that reality. That luxury is no longer given to me. The same place that we used to rent for fucking $750 is $3,600 now. They have kicked the lower and the middle class out of Denver. Recently I looked at two videos by Oompaville covering. No, my mouse just stopped working. There we go. Sorry. Oompaville covering Daniel Larson. And it is scary how similar I am to Daniel Larson in every single fucking way except for his weird pederasty shit that I can't even relate to, you know? But I mean, every other bit about Daniel Larson is exactly my past. Except for, I mean, I was not abandoned by my parent. Well, I was abandoned by my father, but I was not abandoned by my mother. And I mean, I have some abandonment issues, yeah. Like Daniel Larson did, except he got it from both of his parents, and he was raised by his grandmother. I only got it from one, and my mother still is a wonderful, wonderful mother who was there, never failed me, even in the darkest times when I was blaming her for my problems. She still did not fail me, and and I told her yesterday, I was like, I get to tell people on my stream that I believe that my mother is the greatest mother on the planet if she put up with me. That's like being Daniel Larson's mother or something. That's insane. It's just crazy. There were times when she did have to call and have them do wellness checks on me at times where she had me committed. Absolutely. There was times when I had myself committed. 2 years in the madhouse. You know what I'm saying? And for what, we don't know. And for what, I don't know what it is. Well, now we do. I do know what it is. It is disassociation. It is disassociation. It took me till yesterday to understand why I was in the madhouse for 2 years. I didn't know why I was there. I didn't know why. I didn't know what it was, but it was good for me. It was good for me to be in a community for 2 years with neighbors and people that I ate lunch with every day and people that were going through the same thing as I was and all this other stuff. And it was very, very good for me because my druthers would have been to cut out like this and never speak to another human being again, and I don't think that's healthy. I watched my aunt battle this about her own personality for 20 years, and she kept a whole crew of friends and kept her family coming all the time. She got physical ailments later in her life, and she battles that, but she still goes and sees everybody all the time, and I can tell that being social is a battle for her. I wish to have the same battle. I wish to have that same battle. I will battle to be social and to go see my friends. It was a battle to go see them this year for it was like 6 hours, and half of them didn't come because because they know how hard it'll be. They know how hard that'll be for me to even be in the room. They're not dumb. They know it'll be a battle for them and it'll be a battle for me. The smart ones didn't show. They're not stupid. My friends don't like it. My ex didn't like it. They don't like that I'm a battle to be around all the time. I'm abrasive and hard. And so I take it to the streets, and I just try to appeal to people who are like me, because the people in my personal life are not like me. They're not a single one. Well, one of them is. One of my best friends is like me. She completely disassociates, and she has other things that I can't talk about, but she completely disassociates completely because she was victimized terribly, and not by me, not by me. Dead serious, not by me. She'll tell you it's not me. I did not do these things to her. And so her response to it, and one of the reasons why we told each other our life stories inside of the first hour that we met, was to just disconnect. And she was like, "Oh my God, it's somebody who's going through the same thing that I am." She was like ready to just disconnect. They put her in, I'm just gonna say and so now. I text her just yesterday. I kept her out of my mental breakdown yesterday, but often she's the first victim of it. The first person that I try to cut off, I blocked her a bunch of times. After a 7-year friendship, I blocked her a bunch of times. And then I have to unblock and come back and tell her that I did it and apologize to her and tell her why. And thank God she understands. They understand that it's some kind of weird Robin Williams thing. It's not depression. It's great depression. It's this idea. It's not good depression. It's great depression. Like my man CeeLo Green say, from Gnarls Barkley's. But in the daytime it's not good. It's great depression, you know. And it's not that I'm depressed. I'm not. I'm happy. I've got a good life. I've got a good job. I've got good friends. I got a good family. I got a good home. I got all the stuff. I got it, you know. Like you remember that song "Got the Life" by Korn? I was gonna play it yesterday, but I didn't get through the second album to get to the third one. And well, like, you know, but I wanted to sing "Got the Life" by Korn yesterday, but I didn't get through to it because the albums are long and good. But I mean, like, that's how I feel. I have the life. I've got the life. I even have people sending me money for standing on the street corner like this and busking. You know, I don't care. I'm doing great. But I mean, but it still doesn't change my desire to never speak to anybody ever again. It's like they broke the covenant with me. Like, usually when you burn me in real life, I don't ever fucking speak to you again. If you burn anybody I know, I don't ever speak to you again. You're done with me. You're gone. My response to any aggression is just complete disassociation. Now I must address that. I cannot run my life strategies based around that tactic. I cannot do that. That is not feasible or viable for me. So I'm gonna have to just embrace the fact that I'm gonna have to heal. I'm gonna have to let them back into my fucking heart. I will have to turn the chat back on, but I won't do that for another couple of years, something like that. But I will turn the chat back on in probably 2.5, 3 years, something like that. When I understand and I've conquered this problem. But I mean, like, turning the chat off is just another aspect of this idea. You know, I tell them it's because I'm recording, but that's just an excuse for the people who I don't think understand or who stick around long enough to listen to this explanation or some such, right? I just tell them, oh, I'm recording and I don't want to jading my videos. But no, the reality is I don't ever want to speak to another human being again. I don't want to stop working. I don't want to deal with doctors. I don't want to deal with getting healthy. I don't want to deal with losing weight. I don't want to deal with being an adult. I don't want to deal with paying taxes, but I do. You know, it's all this other stuff. I do all of these things. I don't want to have friends, but I do. I don't want to have an inner circle, but I do. I don't want to have a family, but I do. And my greatest dream is that those things go away. And I don't know why. It's all the commitment or something. It's a fear of commitment. It's a fear of success. It's all the stuff that getting abandonment issues from your father causes in you, where you're like, yeah, I'd really like to believe that we can all have great friendships the last 100 years, and I'd really like to believe that I can have a love life, and I really want to believe that I can have a family and friends and a reality. But yeah, humanity hurt me so bad that no, I can't have those things. I divorce myself from those things. Humanity has hurt me so bad that I'm just like, well, send me back to the madhouse rather than talking to you. I'll take the long, hard road. To me, you know, it's weird. When Neo takes the red pill or whatever it is, there's this point where she's, you know, Trinity's like, look, like, you've always taken that same path of disassociation before. You walk out that lonely road and you just take the lonely road out and you disassociate yourself from everybody. That's how I interpret it. That's how I interpreted it. She was like, you can't turn your back on humanity. You must help us fight. And he does. He takes the pill and they pull the goddamn tracker out of his stomach, and he goes through the problem of having a revolution in your head, in your heart. Your revolution starts in the heart, you know, and he accepts the responsibility of staying with them, and you know, and you could just have a happy life in the Matrix, being a hacker and just, you know, doing it up and being in the Matrix for the rest of his reality. But he understood in the end his responsibilities, and I hate using Matrix, red pill, fucking stupid ass, you know, examples of and this is a very liberal thing. It's weird. You can say that the red pill is this conservative thing, but no, it's a very liberal thing about getting a sex change, or waking up and understanding that the governments don't love you, or waking up and understanding that you can't have any kind of covenant with humans anymore. You know, being woke is a whole bunch of things. It's not just this political stance. It's understanding that you're out for yourself. There's no one else, you know. I mean, there's a lot of different interpretations of it, but that's one of them. You wake up, and so what does Neo do? The same thing that I always do. He gets out of the car, doesn't he? In that scene where they're like, before they pull the shit out of his stomach, you know, they're you know, with that fucking machine that has like a scope on it, you know, like it's like in that famous scene where he takes the pill, like, You know, what does he do when she offers him? He's like, nah, fuck you guys. I don't want the commitment. I don't want the human race. You know, it's Great Depression. It's not that I'm depressed. It's that I don't believe in you guys. You know, it's not that I'm depressed. I didn't think he was a very unhappy individual, Neo. I think he was just realistically dealing with all the psychic damage that living like this like leads to. And like, you know, and yeah, and so what does he do? He gets out of the car and he walks away, and she comes and grips him, and she's like, you need to fight, you know? And he comes back and he's like, all right. He tries to get out of the car. I imagine it that he gets out of the car and starts walking, but, you know, because movies to me are about interpretation, you know, so I think in the actual scene, he doesn't even get out of the car. She grabs his wrist and she's like, motherfucker, who do you think gave you life? You must fight for us, you know? She was like, you are alive because of us. You must fight for humanity. She doesn't say it in such terms, but it's kind of like that. He was ready to turn his back on all of them, let them fry in the Matrix batteries for the rest of their fucking existence. And I am too. I'm completely willing to let them die in that Matrix battery farm. I am. Of this government, just, you know, and all this, you know, I don't care. I walked away from it. I'm like, Jesus wasn't there. You know, Jesus wasn't there, and neither am I.
Skill training completed.
So, you know, I'm not Jesus. Jesus wasn't there. Wasn't, you know, and so yeah, and so yeah, and so that's where I'm at now. It sucks that I talk about this stuff all the time, but I'll sing and I'll cry because it is, to me, it is like the blues. It is Lead Belly. It's me. It's Lead Belly for me to sing Jonathan Davis. There is a man who understood. You know what I'm saying? Who went through everything that I went through. Yeah, I don't know. There's a man who loved and I mean, he married her, but I couldn't get her to marry a junkie. Yeah, and loved a junkie for 5 years and it wrecked him. You know, and yeah, you know, and all these other problems. Like humanity was harmful to me. So here we are. I'm ready to stop talking about it. We'll play some video games and stuff. I apologize for the drama, but it's like, you know, it's this identity problem where you're like, yeah, I don't identify as human anymore. I don't know what I am, but I'm not them. You know, I don't roll with them. I don't talk to them. I don't believe the same things they believe often. I don't, you know, I don't vote for the same people. I don't vote the same way. I don't eat the same food. I don't like hang out in the same circles. I don't listen to the same music. It's sooner or later I'm just like, well, okay, I don't, obviously I have some kind of crazy disconnect with the human race. I have almost no, like maybe some of the music we like and similarly, but I mean, like overall, like my tastes, I don't know anybody who would taste like mine. I never met anybody who would taste like mine. So like, it's just weird. So like, there's just another way where I can't relate to the human race, you know? It's like fucking annoying. And so there we go. And that's where I'm at. And that's my little, you know, mental breakdown speech. It's like, yay, I had another, it's the best day of my life because I had a mental breakdown today. You know, am I okay? Yeah, probably more okay than the human race. Yeah. But I mean, you know, yeah, I'm doing great. Happy, like genuinely happy. I think all the time that I'm happy, and I think that's actually one of the big problems why I'm attacked all the time, is I'm actually happy with my lot in life. And I think this bothers a lot of people. They're like, you should be really angry and fucked up and all this. It's like, no, I am, but it's because I left you guys. I'm fucked up because I disassociate and leave you guys all the time. I'm not fucked up because of my life, you know? Yeah, so there we go. And that's my little, you know, that's my little come to Jesus sanity thing. We're going to listen to a video now. We're going to listen to a video and I'm going to tune the fuck out. And I'm going to talk about nothing at all while we listen to the PDF show and now the news. And I have pre-screened these videos to make sure that they're okay. They are. We can't do this one, or I would, but we are going to do that one, and we'll start with this one, and we're going to go to that one. Here's Heli, Logan Paul, Drake, Andrew Tate, Hunted Down. This is the Philip DeFranco show. Greatest thing on the goddamn internet right now. Gotta say. And here we go. What's up? I'm getting a red screen for some reason. Some kind of YouTube thing.
Faculty of Arts
Some
and
kind of
Sciences sang
YouTube
the statement
thing.
that reinstating the test requirement was due to a number of factors, and adding that standardized tests are a means for all students.
Why
regardless of
is
their
my
background
monitor
and life
so
experience,
red?
to provide information that is predictive of success in college
That's
and
very
beyond.
weird.
Also, Caltech, which is an extremely famous science and
Seems
engineering
okay.
school in Pasadena, claiming that the requirements fall in line with the school's commitment as a community of scientists and engineers to use all relevant data in its decision-making processes. And these two schools are now joining Dartmouth, Yale, MIT,
Shut up.
Brown, Georgetown, Purdue,
Shut
and
up.
UTA in requiring the SAT and ACT again. And so, as expected, this requirement has led to mixed reactions. Right? Not having the requirement was seen as a way to diversify the campus for students who possibly didn't test well because of external factors.
Oh, I have to
things like a poor
do
home life for
my...
kids who would otherwise excel
Or,
in
I'm sorry, I
school.
don't have to
Some
do
brought
that.
the same concern from a
So,
different angle. For them,
I realized today that I have 750K and that I have been making a lot of money. And so I'm going to go withdraw that money from my alts and leave 50K on each one. And I am going to go spend like 600K on mithril ore right now. And I'm gonna put it all back out into sheets. And I'm gonna post the sheets. And it'll take 3 months to make that money back. But I don't care. It's still money. It's good money. So now I have to go to my alts and send Gil. So that's what I'm doing on Final Fantasy. We will look on EvE and see if there are any fleet ops going on right now in the AO Ice channel. I don't see anything. Current fleet is after downtime, which is in a while. 4 hours or something. I don't know. Or 5, 6, something. Excuse me. If we go to social mail... About a captured moment. Yes, okay. All mails, about a captured moment. Yes, thank you for your kind words. Yep, thank you for your kind words, yeah. Yep, and so I thought I had something new, but I guess I don't. You say that I have something new. Yeah, I don't care about that video. I don't care. I put out 14 hours of my own videos every day. I don't need to watch somebody else's video of me. And I imagine this will probably come up later, too. I put out 14 hours of my own videos every day. I don't need to watch somebody else's video about me. I'm flattered that they took the time. But I don't care. Sorry. But hey, someone made a video about me. I must be special.
test scores were an objective way.
Sorry, so starting PDF showtime.
Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. Your daily dive into the news.
Daily dive
we have
into
a
the
lot
news.
To talk about today. Some big.
Thank
some
you,
small,
PDF show.
and some
I'd like to
stupid.
sub to your channel.
In entertainment and drama, quickie news, we got an odd number of quick stories today. First off, it's looking like Andrew Tate's
She
not going
sold
anywhere.
another 6 sheets at 5801. Yeah, she did. So, okay, we see the 5801 is a pretty good price. So we will sell mithril sheets at 5801 because look, she made 200 grand really quick. I guess I've got to go back and place mithril sheets on sale, but first we'll do our sends. I am sending 185 grand. 185 grand. Oops. Aw. Aw. My muscle memory is screwing up over and over again. I'm gonna just not do anything now. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, muscle memory is old. Okay, so 185 from her, and she's got the plants. I'm just gonna water them again because I'm here, and it's just, it takes 10 seconds to do so. If it's for my peace of mind. I know I watered them already, but I mean, I'm just gonna do it again. It won't kill them, you know? Okay, there we go. So, okay, log out. Play.
Anytime soon. No.
Hey, it's the rapist facing rape charges in 3 different countries. Fuck this stupid right-wing cocksucking rapist. Get him off my screen. He's worthless. He's not worthy of the screen time. Get this rapist the fuck out of here.
first into GameStop today, right? Especially as a lot of people are doing that today. Right? And this amid Roaring Kitty returning to X for the first time since 2021. With it so wild, tradings had to be halted several times. But no, for Andrew Tate, the news is that a Romanian court over the weekend extended the order that prevents him and his brother from leaving the country for the next 2 months. And somewhat connected / not connected, just a couple of days before that, the 4 women in the UK who crowdfunded to file a civil lawsuit against Tate finally served him papers at his home in Romania, with him claiming that he raped and assaulted them, not unlike the details of the criminal trial against him in Romania. You just also throw human trafficking into the mix there for good measure. Then in other news, you have people seemingly bombarding Drake's home. Right, and a lot of this seen as fallout following Kendrick Lamar releasing his Not Like Us diss track, which featured a street view image of Drake's mansion in Toronto. Or we sort of talked about this last weekend when one of Drake's security guards was shot in a drive-by. Then also the next day, another person tried to actually break into Drake's home. But notably, their police have since said that this wasn't a criminal incident, instead using the Ontario Mental Health Act to arrest the person and send them to a hospital. But that's not where things ended, because after that, another guy got into a fight out front with Drake's security guards, with police also then taking that guy to the hospital.
What's going on? Why are these security dudes all wasting each other in the name of Drake? Like, is that paycheck even worth that? Just stand there until he tells you to do something. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Came back saying he wanted to get his bike back. So police ended up arresting him again, though in the end it looks like he just got a ticket for trespass.
You looking crazy.
Well, hasn't really directly commented on any of this. He did call out local.
He did say, "Please stop running helicopters past my house."
News in Canada on his Instagram story saying, "Can we discuss the chopper flight times over the house? Because I won't lie, I'm trying to sleep. Anytime after 3 p.m. works great for me." Then we had big updates on the big controversy and accusations regarding George Janko and Logan Paul. Right, George used to do the Impulsive podcast with Logan and Mike Malak until
3 p.m.
Though George created a
anytime past 3 p.m. is fine with me.
Why things fell apart with Logan, starting with compensation issues.
We weren't getting paid. I can show you my books. I was spending 10 G's a month being on the show.
And both George and Mike saying that for a period of time they made no money on Impulsive, but when Mike pressed George about the salary that he eventually made, they bleeped out exact figures. And the conversation kind of changed. But then George alleging that once he started his own podcast, Logan tried to pull strings regarding George's brand deals.
And Logan's making calls and directing my show. And I'm saying, hey man, you can't tell me what to do on my own show. That's not okay.
What's that about?
He told me that I couldn't take Celsius.
Right, he's referring to having a partnership with the Celsius energy drink, which is notably a competitor to Logan's Prime. With things then getting personal, right? George saying no one called him after he got fired, that people only contacted him when it came to money. Right? And so initially, a lot of people got on the fuck Logan Paul bandwagon. But we ended up seeing Logan shooting back, posting a video yesterday disputing much of George's issues, saying George wasn't fired, that he chose to leave, and regarding money,
as well as having his own credit card, all expenses related to the show were paid for, including all travel and lodging. Obviously, George's total reimbursement came out to $20,000, 317 cents. I know he doesn't want to talk money. I know he believes it out, but George made $317,000 in the 15 months that he got paid for on Impulsive.
With Logan then adding that he only had to work 2 days and for a few hours each day, so he's really making over $2,000. That and equity in the show. Also regarding claims that Logan tried to stop George from working with Celsius, Logan said,
when making calls,
370 grand. Oh yeah,
absolutely ridiculous. As you can see.
Okay guys, so look, we're at 6:25. I'm about to come hit the Mithra market. I've been pretty soft with it for like 2 or 3 days on a drunken Sunday and a half day off and all that, but I'm about to go drop 600 grand on the Mithra market now. Sooner or later I'll be the biggest player there, and I'll just control the entire thing. I've done this before. How I do it is the minute that you get what I call rapacious, which is, we'll go, I mean, this is not a rape word. It is just a normal English word that means like sort of evil in your intentions, right? Rapacious, right? Aggressively greedy is, yeah, there we go. Aggressively greedy is the phrase I was looking for. The minute that you get rapacious, the market will not hold anymore and you will lose money. So, and that's what I did like 2 or 3 days ago. I just stopped making Mithra entirely and I let it chill. I found a new price that allows me to move sheets at a really good fucking price. I've discovered that I can sell Mithril Sheet singles really, really quickly, faster than everybody else if I just tank the price, which I'm going to do. But it'll take me months to do it. And while I do it, I'm going to make a lot of money. Because right now it is like $47K to make a stack of Mithril Sheets. And you can sell singles for $5,900 a piece and fast too. So, you know, that's, what is that, a stack that's 60, it's 72 minus the fire crystal, or so yeah, it's like 72 for a stack of mithril sheets and 47 to make it. So it's 30k per stack of mithril sheets, but you've got to sell the singles, which takes time. And if you drop the price of the sheets, which is something that they want, you can do it faster, you know? So here's me placing a stack of earth clusters up. But I'm about to buy, you know, there's another 18k to work with to corner the mithril market, and I'll get this 20k in the next hour or something like that. Place some pauldrons for sale at 2k a pop and get nice singles. People like singles on this server. It's going to sound racist, but I mean this as a compliment. Something about the Asian culture that I appreciate is they like to sell singles as opposed to stacks of things. And I actually like that more. I think it's a valid market. It enables a lot more industries to exist. And I wish the Western civilization would embrace that a little bit more. Like, for instance, like, instead of seeing 6 hot dogs or 6 hot dog buns, or 8 hot dog buns, right? So one of the things that we know that they like to do is they sell hot dogs in increments of 6 or 8. But they'll sell hot dog buns in increments of 8 or 12. So every time that you buy hot dogs, you feel that, like, you know, that you might need more hot dog buns than what you got. So you buy 2 packages of hot dog buns. And this is, I forget what the name of this strategy is called. There's a name for this, but I can't remember. My econ it's been so long since I've done econ that I'm not that fresh with it anymore. I don't remember that well. But, and so, I forget what it's some kind of matching. I think it's like price matching or something. I forget the name, but, sorry, I'm just trying to do sales while I do this and move on with my life here. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to do 3 things at once here, and it's really hard to be a cashier and talk at the same time. What was I going to say? Now, what I think should happen is there should be stacks of 6 and stacks of 8 hot dogs, but there should be packs of 1, packs of 2. Like if you're a single person and you're wanting hot dogs, you're probably going to have to preserve the other 6 hot dogs in the pack over 4 or 5 days to get through all of them. I would rather just be able to buy 2 hot dogs. Does that make sense? But you never see that in the American Western market. And so one of the things in Asian markets and Indian markets, I don't wish to make some kind of racial distinction. I'm making a cultural distinction about economies. I'm not making some racial comments about economy at all. Eastern cultures tend to sell singles, and I like singles. In America, selling singles tends to be illegal, believe it or not. Not like for instance, selling single cigarettes tends to be illegal. Selling single beers tends to be illegal. They want you to sell the entire pack for some reason. I don't know why, but it's true. And so first we start off with copper, by the way, guys. Sorry, I got to start off with copper before I can move to mithril. I totally spaced it. But one of the things that's paying for all the mithril that I'm going to buy is I have dominated the copper market. So we're going to go through. Ooh, look, I have silver too. Silver is really cheap sometimes like this, and you definitely need to snag it up. Because right now a stack of silver is 5k, but it's only 3,600 from the vendor. You can get 2 stacks, so that is like 3k gil that I got just for clicking my enter key. I could go place the silver directly, but I am going to process it because I did level goldsmithing. You know, I like goldsmithing. I think it's a very fun, I think it's a very fun profession. It's simpler than cooking or like woodworking. It's very simple to do. It's actually more sort of vendor and auction house haunting. You should be good at pricing and understanding math. If you're not too good at math, I wouldn't say goldsmithing is for you, because if you don't know what 2,140 times 12 is, it's somewhere around 26.5, right? I don't know what the answer is, but I know that it's 26.5. If you can't do math like that fast, you shouldn't be a goldsmith, because often your time is actually your money. Like the faster you move on something, the faster you get stuff on the market, and doing the prices correctly. Like for instance, I pulled in today 36k on sales I didn't expect to make, which inspired me to come do more goldsmithing, which is cool. I didn't expect that to happen because I sold mithril sheets that I didn't expect to sell at a price I didn't expect to sell very quickly. It sold right away in a day. So that's a surprise to me. I see a possible market, there that I didn't see before, of fast mithril sheet sales at a much higher price than the stacks are selling for, which is 55K, right? But if you sell singles, you can make 72K. So, and I mean, I lost 100 on the 7 stacks that I sold each, so I lost 700 gil on that, but 700 gil isn't shit, and I want them to pay less for mithril sheets anyways, because it's overpriced. It's like mithril sheets should not be 6K a piece. They should be like 4,600 or something like that. So I'm going to drive the price down to that, because I'm a greater fool and a goldsmith who believes that mithril sheets should not cost anything more than really what it costs. They should cost a little bit more than what it takes to take the materials off the auction house and refine them, so if it's 46K to produce a stack of mithril ingots, then logic dictates that mithril ingot stacks should go 10K more than that at 56K, so that the person producing the mithril ingots gets paid for their time, or mithril ingots wouldn't be produced, right? So 56K is a pretty good price for mithril ingots. But sheets, which are the exact same thing as mithril ingots, they produce to a 1-to-1 ratio. There is no loss when you make sheets out of mithril. So you get a 1-to-1 ratio. If you have 12 ingots of mithril, then you have 12 sheets of mithril, unless human error or RNG or heat or something bubbles on one of the sheets or something that you can't control and you lose the sheet. Generally, you will, and that happens. That's loss. It happens. Generally, you get 12 ingots to 12 sheets. It's almost a 1-to-1 ratio. So, but the problem is ingots sell for 56K. That's essentially what it costs to make them. It's like 49.5 to make them, so that 5K that they sell for 56K, that 6K is your profit. So then I produce 6 or 7 stacks a day at 6K profit a stack, and I walk with 42K, which is a lot of money after a week. It's like 280 grand after a week, but it's not a lot of money every day, right? So, and that's the strategy. But the problem is, like, anytime that they don't buy, you're just sat there scratching your ass and waiting. You're just like, come on, buy, damn it, come on, buy. And this is why advertisement is such a big fucking deal. It's why you see commercials all the time, and why they make such a big deal about YouTube commercials and all this. It's like, come on, buy, damn it. And this is why the conglomerates are so bad. They really need us to buy. So I believe in mithril sheets being 56K a stack, but I don't believe in selling a stack of mithril sheets at 56K. Do you understand? Is this actually crazy? It's totally this like weird two-faced split dual personality, almost schizophrenic idea about economy, where I believe, damn it, that a gallon of gas should be $1.25, but I believe that people who produce gas should make money off of it somehow at the same time. So, I don't know how to reconcile those two things. So I lower the price to 56K. They raise it, and all the people trying to profit raise it again to 72 for singles, right? And so I learned that I can make 72 off singles instead of stacks, and it's illegal in Western cultures to sell singles, so I'm not used to it. But it's not in Eastern cultures, and so I'm going to sell singles of mithril. Now, where am I going? What am I doing? Why did I come here? Where am I going? What am I doing? Why did I come here? I thought I don't know. I don't know. I remember now. I'm sorry. I'm going to the other goldsmith, and I'm going to buy all the copper there, and I'm going to produce all the copper there. I'm going to the other goldsmithing, which is in Mora, which is what is that? That's cool. Shushu. Yeah, I'm going to do a thief run to Mora, and this is a good run because there's really good music here in both places. So I'm gonna turn on the music here as opposed to listen to PDF right now, because we'll get through the PDF slowly, but I have to do this right now, so I'm going to take the music while I have it, because I love the music in this zone. This is almost my favorite Final Fantasy song. This song is almost technically perfect. It's technically perfect. There's nothing wrong with this song at all. It's got rhythm, melody, focus. It's got excellent like byplay there, and like high and low. I love this song. Copper ore. No silver. Oh, yeah, yes, silver. Look. Oh, I can make so much money doing this. I didn't know. I didn't think about it, but now I know. I can make so much money doing this. On days that the silver is 300, I will make a journey to both guilds immediately, and I will make a lot of money. It is not letting me buy anymore.
Your inventory is full.
Oh, that's why. Okay.
Your inventory is full. Okay, so I'm going to turn off this music and play the PDF show. I'm going to load Rust. I'm going to load Rust. Dark Legato, nice. Rapacious, yeah. Aggressively greedy. Now, I am trying to load my Steam. Ooh, we didn't look at the Endless Replayability Fest because that sounds like me. Yeah, the Doors of Trithias. Yeah, this is in my interest. Yeah, 1274 for Doors of Trithias. I did like this game, but it's isometric, which is, you know, kind of a no go. Foundry, Homeworld 3, Rimworld, Hades, Lethal Companies, Light No Fire, Stellaris, Crusader Kings, Hearts of Iron, Rabbit of Steel, Fable Dome, Risk of Rain 2, Returnal is half off. Returnal's half off. Oh yeah, this was a 3D bullet hell. I mean, I'm sure it's fun, but it was supposed to look really good. But I don't think I will pay that much money for this game still. I think I would probably pay $10 in a couple of years, but I don't think I would pay 36, unfortunately. What is Norland? It's strategy sim? Oh yeah, no. Stop doing isometric. It's just a scam. You guys gotta start going 3D. I don't really condone any more isometric games. It looks like theft scam to me. Very seldom is it actually not. Like Risk of Rain. Risk of Rain was 3D. It was a simple game, but it was a really super fucking good game. It was 3D and awesome, you know? So I don't know. Yeah, like I don't know. Like that's an example of just go 3D. Stop doing isometric. Stop ripping kids off. Nobody wants isometric past 1994. I wouldn't say. Nope. We've had 3D technology for a long, long time. It makes sense for puzzle games, stuff like that. Let's stop trying to rip us off with isometric in 2024, please. Ooh. Oh, this is how you make the mannequin? Okay. 8 to 23. You don't give goldsmithing buffs here? No, you can't. Okay, well. Really? Should I buy stuff from the Blacksmiths Guild? Let's just go see what they have. I have 600 grand. In the first 5 items or so, there's going to be something there that's cheap that I can sell directly on the market. Oh, it's too late now. That's okay. Oh yeah, I got a low rust, but I got distracted by this rogue and roguelike. Wizard with a gun, inscription. Rogue Legacy 2 is a good game. We are about to die. Mortal Sin. I want Mortal Sin. But, I mean, and $14 is a good price for that. It is. But I don't know. I don't think so. I want Barony. Barony is a good game. Returnal is a good game. I'm tempted to... Ooh, look, $3 for Everspace. It is an action roguelike. Really? Huh. Arcade style combat, okay. I don't think so. Mortal Sin. How much do they want? $14 is a good deal. I wish I had some money lying around for games, but I don't. No. Zombie Survivors, Accent TD, Withering Rooms, Paint Down Red, Hades, Risk of Rain 2, Returnal, Balatro, Darkest Dungeon. Okay. Let's load Rust. It was a good sale. Let's see what else they have. Procedural Generation. Fabledom. Nope. Nope. Isometric. X Foundations. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. Quas and more. Isometric. 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 You can see the scams are just fucking isometric. Isometric. You can see the scams are just goddamn like there's a 3D one. Very positive. The classrooms. Sounds good. Ancient Dungeon VR is 3D and it looks badass. I like it. It looks very overwhelmingly positive. Yeah, they're like, this is a good VR game. Yeah, I bet it is. Labyrinthine. Crypt of the Necrodancer, isometric. Stone Shard, isometric. I heard Stone Shard was the really good one. But look, they want $18 for it. Maybe I will, however, buy... what was the one? It's... featured. I think it was featured, right? One of the big ones was... I heard Oxygen Not Included is really fucking good, but I don't know. X Foundations, Barony, Entropy Effect, Oblivion, Footgun... Don't Starve. I'm not seeing the one that I'm looking for, so we'll pop through the titles again. Oh, Mortal Sin, Backpack Battles. Yeah. Oh, yeah, did I want... Backpack Battles? No, I didn't want this, no. Roguelikes. I wanted Barony, but that's a little too expensive for a game like that. I want Mortal Sin, but that's still a little too expensive for a game like that. And I wouldn't play it when I did buy it. There's another reason I don't want it. I know that I wouldn't play those games because I'm not playing them right now. So yeah. So we'll go to procedural generation. There's another one. Stone Shard is the one that I thought might have the most potential, but it is isometric. And it's no good to me. We'll take a look at Sandbox, Crusader Kings 3, nope. Fabledom, nope. Isometric. Battle Brothers, a turn-based RPG, tactical RPG, okay. Cool, but isometric. Mud and Blood, isometric. Battle Talent, Star Explorers, Planes of Pain, Rocket, Falling Down XR, I don't know. Free to play. Outposts. What is Outposts? Isometric. Jigsaws. 9 Realms. It's so funny how many of these scams are isometric. They should all be included in one big giant package that costs like $200, you know? Oh, the isometric piece of crap games all in one place. $200 and all of these should be included, all of them, because it's worthless. I would pay 10 cents for 3,000 of these. I wouldn't pay $3 for any single one. You know, I hope they someday get to that fucking realization that there's no way anybody's gonna buy all of these unless they put it in a big package, you know. And even then I wouldn't play them, which is weird. So it's like, I don't know, it's just sort of weird. I talked about this on a video comment yesterday. I was like, yeah, you release 10,000 games a day, 5 of which I find worthy of playing, and I mean, that's got to stop. I mean, look at all this worthless crap. Just worthless crap completely. Like, I don't know, I'm sorry. I know that's negative, but it is. It's like fucking worthless crap, worthless games. A lot of them. Essentially scams. They're like scams using isometric to try and make their, like, lives easy. I should have done the same thing. I should have made a crappy sandbox game when I was like 20. And just sold it for free, and then sold ammo for a penny, you know? It lived off the pennies my whole life. That's what I should have done. Eat the pennies. Eat the pennies. Eat the pennies.
See, right here, I was like, hey, we gotta get you Prime because I saw him drinking our competitor. The truth is, I thought it was a bad look that my best friend and co-host took a brand deal with our competitor without consulting me.
Then in response, George tweeting that instead of making videos, they should handle this issue in person. The post has since been deleted, and on re-uploads, a lot of the comments seem to be reacting that George isn't acting that mature about the situation. And so for fans and haters of any of these people,
why is this so red?
Ask, what are your thoughts here? But for me, it's just further confirmation that 90% of the time, I think it is a great idea to not work with friends. It just changes things, and all relationships are not equal, and all relationships are not built for it. Though notably, that's not all that's at play here. That's a little bit of an oversimplification on my part. But then the final piece of quickie news today, and it's my favorite, is that a zoo in China is being accused of trying to trick visitors by using dogs in place of pandas by painting them black and white, with these being the animals in question. Now the zoo told Chinese state media, hey, we didn't mislead anyone because these are clearly advertised as panda dogs. But one, regardless, visitors weren't pleased with any of this, writing things like, this is not funny at all. Chow chows have fragile skin and thick coats which make them susceptible to skin diseases. But the zoo fired back there, saying that the dogs weren't harmed and that if people can dye their hair, dogs can too, because their fur is the same as hair. But also, too, Chinese people in the past have accused their zoos of having fake animals. Right? This is just part of a bigger thing, with dogs sometimes being used as stand-ins for wolves or African cats. Or last year, there was an accusation that a zoo put a man in a sun bear suit. And then we need to talk about how and why so many students are struggling to navigate college admissions right now.
You go where?
Harvard.
Because getting into an American college, it can be hard, it can be expensive, the landscape is constantly changing. And specifically with that, last year we saw seismic shifts in how students needed to approach college admissions, with most recently Harvard and Caltech announcing that applicants would again be required to submit standardized test scores with applications. Right, and in the case of Harvard, that decision comes after nearly 4 years of doing away with the requirement. Although notably, that was a temporary pandemic-related measure, as they understood that how students were being educated during the pandemic fundamentally changed. And as far as why this is happening, you had Harvard's Dean of the Faculty of Arts and Sciences Sciences saying in a statement that reinstating the test requirement was due to a number of factors, and adding that standardized tests are a means for all students, regardless of their background and life experience, to provide information that is predictive of success in college and beyond. With also Caltech, which is an extremely famous science and engineering school in Pasadena, claiming that the requirements fall in line with the school's commitment as a community of scientists and engineers to use all relevant data in its decision-making processes. And these two schools are now joining Dartmouth, Yale, MIT, Brown, Georgetown, Purdue, and UTA in requiring the SAT and ACT again. And so, as expected, this requirement has led to mixed reactions. Right? Not having the requirement was seen as a way to diversify the campus for students who possibly didn't test well because of external factors. Things like a poor home life for kids who would otherwise excel at school. But some approached the same concern from a different angle. For them, the test scores were an objective way to see if a student excelled despite their environment. But regardless, this decision is often viewed as a return to more conservative admission practices, especially in the case of Harvard, which had a reckoning this year after the head of the university was forced to resign, both over allegations of ignoring anti-Semitism from the students as well as plagiarism concerns. While the return to standardized tests alone is enough to rock how students approach college admissions, it's just one piece of the puzzle, with the other major one being the admission essay, which can help offset a kind of meh SAT score by highlighting other ways to be good alumni for the university. Because most universities don't just care if you did well on a test. They want, or at least claim to want, to make sure that you're a well-rounded student and person who'll go on to do great things. So also, as a kind of a side note there, that's actually something that's baffled many foreign students or foreign parents in other countries, especially in East Asia. They only really care about your test scores, so those kind of intangibles are hard to grasp. Students are more confused than ever over how they're supposed to approach their essays due to the Supreme Court's decision to kill affirmative action-based admissions last year. In the past, it was pretty clear you would write about yourself and your background, including the good, the bad, your struggles. For many minority groups, a lot of who they are is tied to their cultural and ethnic backgrounds because that's how society perceives them. So in general, there's a fear that if they talk about their race or their identity and how important it is to them, that they'll be penalized for it as schools compensate to comply with the court's new rules. And actually with that, you had PBS NewsHour speaking to high school students and counselors about this exact thing. This is what some had to say when asked if this was confusing.
It has been confusing, and for some, it was a little intimidating. We had students saying, we hear you're not going to be able to mention race at all. We hear we're not going to be able to write about that. We hear we're going to have to scrub everything. Students can still be themselves. Don't change your plans. Don't change your strategy right now. But the essay is the one place where the students do have a chance to have a discussion with the Supreme Court.
Or so you have schools scrambling to give their students the best chances to get into the colleges that they want. And schools like Albuquerque Academy have been really trying to reinforce to their students that they can talk about their racial and cultural background, saying that if it's important to them and their story,
that doesn't mean that students can't talk about it. Right? It means that there's certain limitations on what the admissions officers can use that information for in their decision-making process.
And the Supreme Court also addressed this when Chief Justice John Roberts wrote, at the same time, nothing prohibits universities from considering an applicant's discussion of how race affected the applicant's life, so long as that discussion is concretely tied to a quality of character or unique ability that the particular applicant can contribute to the university. So, pretty much, race can be considered if it's tied to something else that the applicant brings to the table, but cannot be a factor in of itself. Also, if that sounds confusing and possibly vague, you are not alone there. Students aren't only confused over what they should write about, but also how much weight it's given. All of which leads to a sense of anxiety and uncertainty, or at least more uncertainty than normal when it comes to getting into college. And even the universities are a bit confused about how to approach the situation. With, for example, Jeff Wong, who runs collegeslike.com, telling PBS,
I think almost every college admission office in America is having conversations with legal counsel about how to do this in a way that is both with respect to the law, but also with respect to the institution's interests.
And honestly, it's likely that we won't know what the post-affirmative action world actually looks like until a few admission cycles have happened, especially as it won't even be until the class of fall of 2025 that we'll have the first wave of students who had to navigate this whole situation getting into schools en masse. And this is there will likely be years of confusion and resentment as students continue to be unsure of why they did or didn't get into a school, which is also why you have so many people cautioning against putting such an emphasis on which school you went to. And while of course with this story I'd love to know everyone's opinions. If you're a student this is going to affect, or a parent of a student you're going to affect, or you're a guidance counselor, or you're part of the process in any way, I would 100% love to hear from you in those comments down below. And then, for any of you focused on getting your business off the ground, creating a place to share your homemade goods, or even a personal blog, I got a great solution for you. And it comes from, and I want to thank the fantastic sponsor of today's show, Squarespace. I've been partnering with Squarespace for years now, and I have to say, it is still so easy. There's nothing to install, patch, or update ever. Creating a beautiful website with Squarespace's Fluid Engine is so easy. You just drag things where you like, no coding necessary. And if you need a starting point, Squarespace has a bunch of great professional templates. Hell, you can even sell custom merch easily. Squarespace will handle all the production and shipping. Plus, with Squarespace, you get access to all their marketing tools and analytics and their award-winning customer care team via email or live chat 24/7. So go check it out, see why so many others love it, see why you're gonna love it, and start your free trial today over at squarespace.com/Phil. And when you realize you made the right move, just make sure you enter an offer code Phil to get 10% off your first purchase. And then, the cartels in Mexico have literally turned Mexico's elections into a battleground this year, with the country right now seeing an unprecedented level of violence heading into the June 2nd elections, making this one of the most deadly campaign years in modern history. In fact, according to the Washington Post, over 24 candidates have been killed, hundreds have dropped out of their races, and more than 400 have asked the federal government to give them security details. And this comes as armed cartels are working to ensure that they can elect leaders who are favorable to them and will turn a blind eye to their actions. We're not just talking about drug trade. These organized crime groups have expanded a lot in recent years, becoming migrant smugglers, extorting businesses, and winning contracts for firms in their control. Hell, in some places, they have so much power they can actually determine who enters entire towns or even what people are allowed to say. And studies have shown that the growth and the rise of these criminal markets and the desire of cartels to control them is a driving force behind this historic violence that we're seeing now. But notably,
8
it's not the
people
only
on a
factor
Monday,
here.
not bad.
Cartels that used to exercise total control
That was a
fractured
player?
in recent years. So instead of one cartel pushing a candidate with little opposition, you have various armed groups putting up competing candidates. And beyond that, the general weak rule of law and the fact that so many places are having municipal elections have also contributed to this unprecedented violence. You see, the kind of power that these cartels they're fighting for, it's relying on their ability to control local elections. So most of their big targets are actually mayoral candidates. Though that said, people running
If he's
for
here,
governor
I
or
want to
Congress are
leave,
also
and,
at
and I
risk.
don't want to
One of the places
recycle
that has
here.
seen some of the most violence connected to the election is Chiapas. The
He'll
poorest
just
state
come
in
right to the
Mexico. For
recycler.
years, it wasn't particularly known for cartel violence, which is one of the biggest
I'll go
cartels
somewhere else.
basically holding a monopoly on the region. But as we saw the bigger cartels begin to fracture and migrant smuggling become more lucrative, new groups entered the state. With
I don't
local
wanna mess
leaders
with him,
blaming
I'm just-
incompetent politicians and their poor governance were allowing this to happen. So now nearly a dozen cartels operate in
Sean,
the state,
I'm
including
busy.
the two most powerful ones. And so as a result, not only have homicides and disappearances skyrocketed, among the casualties there, you have 6 political candidates just in the past few months. And according to a leader of PAN, the
Who
main
was
opposition
that?
party, the violence has caused nearly 2
Jimmy
dozen
Puna,
mayoral candidates from the
Ninja
party to drop out of their
Nguyen,
races.
and
It's also
Hella.
not like this is happening along party lines. Candidates in all of Mexico's major parties have been targeted. Hell, at one point, the presidential frontrunner from the party of incumbent President AMLO was even threatened by mass cartel members in the state last month, with her car being stopped at their checkpoint so they could warn her to remember the poor people. And in just one municipality of Michoacan, 3 mayoral candidates have been killed, and this including 2 candidates from President AMLO's party and 1 from PAN. But despite everything we've talked about, AMLO has largely downplayed the violence, claiming that it's all being blown out of proportion by opposition groups in the media. But it's also the lack of adequate action at the federal levels that's just allowed this to continue. And because so many non-cartel candidates are either getting murdered or dropping out to prevent that from happening, these groups are just able to consolidate even more power. And then, in big international news, imagine if a U.S. court ruled that one of the major political parties in America should be considered a potential extremist threat and should be spied on. Well, that is exactly what just happened in Germany in the far-right party Alternative for Germany, or AFD. Right, they're a group that was formed in 2013 as a Eurosceptic party, but they have steadily become a radical anti-immigration force, slanting further and further to the right and facing criticism for what some take as, let's just say, Nazi-esque takes. In 2021, the Federal Office for the Protection of the Constitution, or BFV, classified the party as a potential extremist group and placed them under surveillance, which marked the first time since World War II that such an action had been taken against an opposition party. But with that, we saw the AFD challenge that designation, and this latest high court decision upholds a ruling from the lower court. And while the AFD has said that it will appeal this decision as well, for now, intelligence officers will be allowed to wiretap party members and recruit informants to monitor the party for extremism. Right, in this ruling, it's absolutely massive for a few reasons. First of all, because it can pave the way for a total ban on the party if the BFV can collect evidence to designate the party as confirmed extremists. And that's not totally out of the question. I mean, already the party's youth chapter and branches in 3 of Germany's 16 states have been classified as confirmed right-wing extremists. And beyond that, this is also a huge deal because it's not like this is some fringe movement. Right? The AFD is currently the 2nd most popular party in Germany. And heading into the elections this fall, the party has been polling way ahead of Germany's left-of-center ruling coalition. The AFD is set up to secure big wins in several eastern states. This ruling could have a serious impact on the election, though it's really unclear right now whether it would discourage voters or, in fact, boost the group's popularity further, which notably is something that experts say could happen, especially if the party is ultimately banned. Right? And finally, this ruling is also super important symbolically when it comes to crackdowns on far-right groups. And because of Germany's dark past with government surveillance, the country generally has been extremely sensitive to data privacy. But this, as experts say, the fact that they're even allowing this surveillance in the first place is in fact in reaction to the Nazi regime and policies aimed at preventing those atrocities from happening in Germany ever again. To that point, it's been very interesting to watch how Germany has cracked down on the rise of far-right groups that we've seen in recent years, especially compared to other countries, where because of its history, Germany actually has safeguards in place. I mean, it's literally illegal to be a Nazi in Germany. But as far as what happens and how this plays out into the elections, we're gonna have to wait and see. And then, finally, finally today we have commentary. The part of the show where we dive into the comments on the last one, see what y'all had to say, and what y'all were arguing about. You know, there's definitely a lot of conversation around Belle Delphine's situation, though it was less to do with Belle. With Yoski Broski saying, I don't care if Belle did or did not make money from her bathwater. What do you mean you're taking $90,000 and not telling me why? And others responding, privacy reasons, and because shh. As well as, I haven't lost to PayPal, but all of these Silicon Valley companies are like this. I once got my phone number banned on Tinder without ever having met anyone. I emailed asking why I couldn't log in, and they sent back this snotty email saying, oh, we banned you. We're not saying why, and you know what you did. Right, and people just in general think the situation was insane. Also, on the note of companies, there were a lot of people taking swings at Microsoft, where they're embroiled in controversy. There's a lot of backlash, people pissed off about the firings. With Charlie Hatch saying, Microsoft HR. So we are firing you despite your massively successful work, but would it help to know the CEO is like super bummed about it? And Noblest Steed saying Phil missed one of the most maddening parts related to Tango Gameworks being shut down. Within a day of the studio being shut down, one of Xbox's executives, Matt Booty, held a town hall where he said, we need smaller games that give us prestige and awards. It's astounding to me how someone can utter such a sentence a day after shutting down the studio that made Hi-Fi Rush. I work in the games industry myself, and after the past year of shutdown after shutdown and layoff wave after layoff wave, my aspiration and passion are dead in the water. And then finally, there was just a kind of general vibe of people sending well wishes and prayers to the whistleblower over at Boeing. The Random Lou saying, I swear if this new Boeing whistleblower ends up unaliving themselves or having yet another car accident, then we will know very well that Boeing is guilty and super desperate. Firstly, Hobo saying, someone needs to have 24/7 surveillance on that whistleblower. Being a Boeing whistleblower has a 100% death rate. With Atreides adding, allegedly. Though I do want to note, and this is not a defense of Boeing, when I mentioned a Boeing whistleblower who is currently alive, they, it should be noted, are one of several. There being reports as recently as 4 days ago noting that, you know, Boeing's facing 10 more whistleblowers. But that is where today's show is going to end. Thank you for being a part of this Monday evening, Tuesday morning dive into the news. And don't worry, because remember, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here tomorrow.
You on my mind a lot. Don't need no time watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. Yeah, that's babe. Miss you every day. You like my oxygen.
Yeah, it was good. Don't autoplay. Yep, we're good. God damn, man, like, what, every day the stories are a little bit more extreme and a little bit crazier. It's weird. It's like they're on some kind of, like, upwards, like, you know, northbound fucking trajectory for crazy. And I don't mean that, like, in some derogatory way or to make fun of crazy people. I'm saying, like, chaos, you know? Chaos, like Drake and rapper chaos and, you know, just chaos. Like, you know? A lot of the time. Not always, but a lot of the time. I was hoping that there'd be some other pieces of loot lying around here while I waited for that to recycle. I think my other bases are probably crumbling too. I gotta get out. I probably have to focus on Rust for like 2 or 3 hours here. It's kind of annoying, but that's okay. And if I lose bases, it's fine. I can always build more. It's easier to build more than there is to keep them, frankly. Okay, good. That'll be a lot of my problem solved if I make it back home. But for some reason, I have this feeling I'm having a hit set up against me at my door. So we're gonna like really watch that motherfucker, you know? Oh yeah, I mean I could hit the pig, but he doesn't really have anything I want. And on top of it, I have bad arrows. I better switch out arrows here in case I actually do get in a fight. I should hit that box, but I'm more kind of concerned about just getting back in right now. There's a lot of bushes around my base, which I didn't think about how bad that actually is. But there's a lot of places to hide around here. We'll see. I don't see him at the door, and I might be kind of just paranoid, you know? Hopefully I'm paranoid. But if there was a hit, it would come now. Yep. Nice, I got it. Alright, good, because this base was like starting to crumble. Kind of funny. Okay, gonna put all this away. Very good. Didn't really get too much metal ore, but I did pay the upkeep, and now we have 9 hours and 55 minutes in here. I'll come back here and fix more. I'll have to farm metal during the day, but I can go focus on other bases now. I suppose one of the ways I could fix it is run like a high qual roof and a floor for this TC. Maybe the walls around it. But I mean, I don't know. I don't really want to. I mean, it would be easier to get high qual maybe in this area than it would be metal, but I don't know. So we'll move. Gotta pee. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Okay. It's that good time of year where it's not too hot yet, but eventually it'll be too hot. It's kind of annoying. But I've been saving on propane. Yep, and we got a lot more space. I suppose I could do one more night run, and it would make it better. I think I will. I'll do like a night run here. It's all good. Like, I'm not even gonna bring a weapon. I don't think I'll be able to hit anything anyways. I'm just gonna make an attempt here. Anything metal at all? I don't know. This isn't worth it. I'm not gonna get enough off this to make it worth it. So we'll stack up some more. At least I have room now. So I gotta go see the other bases. The base by oh, I put something in my thing. I better check. Well, my bed's up. That's good. Let's check the bed base. And just see. Yeah, we have 9 days in this. We're totally good. And I'll go pick up what I just dropped on those boxes because I forgot I had something in my spare pockets. I've got something in my front pocket for you. Why don't you reach into my pocket and see what it is? I've got something in my front pocket for you. Why don't you reach into my pocket and see what it is? I do a line and you do a line, honey. I'll do a line, you do a line, babe. I'll do a line, you do a line. We'll fucking fight till the morning time. I'll do a line, you do a line, honey. I'll snort some K, you snort some K, honey. I'll snort some K, I'll snort some K, girl. I'll snort some K, you'll snort some K. We'll fucking fight till the day. I'll snort some K, you'll snort some K, honey. I'll do a line, you'll do a line, honey. I'll do a line, you'll do a line, babe. I'll do a line, you'll do a line. We'll fucking fight till the morning time. I'll do a line, you'll do a line, honey. Ugh, so many doors. And I want more. I'm gonna get more. More doors for sure, for shores. More doors. I mean, that's kind of a lot of metal, but we'll come back and we'll do it around here, but not right now. So, okay, here we go. Wait, did I leave it all closed and everything? Yeah, I think I did. And let's go put this metal in, just because it is, like, you know, helpful. I'll do a line, you do a line, babe. I'll do a line, you do a line. Fucking fight till the morning time. I'll do a line, you do a line, honey. Take it down a little bit more at 1483, not bad. 6 high qual upkeep will improve. Very good. 7 high qual upkeep. Very cheap. So, kind of tempted to do the other 2 walls then too, because it will reduce the metal by quite a lot. Oh, well, no. Well, yeah, I don't know. Let's try. We'll try, yeah. I mean, I don't know. This will eat up 50 high qual. Let's wait until I'm back up at 100 again before I do that. Okay. Yeah, so the base that's by Bandit Camp is got 4 days in it. I'm not too worried about that one. Oh, look, I got a good spawn right close to it, too. So I guess we'll pop in just because we're close to it. Although I would kind of need to be able to see Dome to understand where to go. There. Ooh, jackhammer. That is helpful. Hashish. Sup my hashashins. Hashashin. I don't really know in the dark which direction to go out of this place. There's the road. Is it the road leading the right way? That's the problem. I can't remember. I can't remember. Maybe I'll climb the... No, I can't climb the dome. Well, the sun's about to rise and it'll be a lot easier to tell then. I guess I'll post up in a bush for a few minutes and do some Final Fantasy stuff till the sun rises, because I'm just going to get lost. I'll do the line, you do the line, fucking fight till the morning time. I do the line, you do the line, honey. You do a line, I'll do a line, honey. You do a line, I'll do a line, girl. You do a line, I'll do a line. We'll fucking fight till the morning time. You do a line, I'll do a line, honey. $25 grand out of nowhere. Oh, yeah, right, the Antique Impulgence, yeah. 22K, nice. Hey, I'm a 630. That'll buy a lot of mithril. Okay, so here we go. What is my inventory? 55 out of 60. And I can buy more copper before I even do more mithril. I should have just stayed at the other damn copper place. And that's alright. We would do a lot of copper now. Silver ore first. Okay, so I know that one of the roads out of Dome goes to where I live. I just don't remember which direction without seeing some kind of... You know, I think my volume's up really high. No, it's alright. Maybe like 3, I think, yeah. Yep. Okay, so I see launch site, but I don't live by launch site. I live by Bandit Camp and sort of by Dome. And I know that one of the roads out of Dome goes to my house, but I don't think it's this road. Yeah, there. I live by desert, so I'm going to stay high here so I can, you know, function. Mm-hmm. And there is my base. There's my base. I can't see the tower yet, but I will in a second. Going to be a foggy, shitty, misty day, which is annoying. So there wasn't really a need to come to this one, but this one also helps me find the other one, so it helps. I don't want to die to this pig. I want to kill him, but I don't have it. How am I not rated? I don't really get it. Okay. Well, I'll take it. It works for me. Why didn't you start again? Oh, because you got full. I see. I'll need some food if I'm to take this life out of here. What's this life for? Okay, so we have 11 hours in this one. It is not the stone, it is the wood. I have no wood. So we'll fix this one since we're here. What? Yeah, I'll do that clump over there and these because they don't really protect me. Yeah, that wood tower. Ugh. Why aren't you jumping higher? Oh my god. Jump higher, damn it. There. All right, 4 days in here. That's good. Is that right? Yeah, that's about right. It actually is the wood. It's interesting. But I do need more wood, it appears. But I did dump everything I got. And now I'll go out and get more, I guess. I hit like a couple of clumps over here, like way over there. They kind of help conceal my base, but the wall and the tower don't hide it anymore. So I lost my anonymity here, and I'm just gonna chop my trees. Four days, 11 hours, 10 days. 10 days. That's what I was looking for. So now I don't have to worry about this one at all. It's like a port in a storm, like a lighthouse base that I own that I can come back to at any given time that is probably likely to be raided, but I mean, like, I don't know. They would have to go through 4 doors and a wall. So it's just like not that easy of a raid. It's not like a free raid, you know. I'll bring this jackhammer since I got it for free. I don't know. Is there a jackhammer here? No, I don't think there is. So we'll leave this jackhammer here. Never mind. I'll take axe and pick. Yep, and you know, I would like to learn combat dagger. We'll go do that real quick. Oh, I don't have a research bench here. I guess not. Or wait, do I? I don't know. I think I do. No, I don't. I'll have to put it down. It's annoying. Alright. Research bench. Alright, we'll go right out here. And we'll place the research bench right there, and it gets easier to get up here. And then, yeah, you, and you, and you. Okay. Yep. Nice sheet set. I guess I'll take a bit of leather and a bit of cloth with me. I'll make a cheap leather set. Wait. Oh, wow, you made those fast. Okay. Pants, boots, gloves, 3 bandages, and I have 40 cloth left. That's good. And for insurance, I'll take a Boda bag, just so I get where the fuck I'm going, you know? I'd go out. There we go. 500 M will get me where I'm going. I should have... What time is it? It's 11. I should technically bring a miner's helmet with me. I'm not totally ready for leaving. Because right now it's day, but if I get snared up or something happens... Because I'm doing like a... kind of a long journey. Oh, I want to start producing copper again. There we go. Damn it. Okay, cloth, metal, fuel. Take a little bit of fuel with me, like 24. Miner's helmet. Okay, good. And how's the metal in this space? It's a lot. There's a lot of metal here, so that's good to know, but I mean, I'm alright. Okay. While I'm at the other base, I'll do something while I'm there, but I won't say what. Oh, gotta make sure I got the scrap out of that. Yep. Got a horde now, aggro to me. I'm gonna go to this pylon and just leave. I don't want to backtrack and them ride. I want to just go. Nice foggy day. Gonna take the pylon ride all the way the fuck down there and then take it out to where I'm going. Hard to see with the fog. I might have some trouble with this run. I'm not very happy with the conditions, and if I was more patient... Ooh, laptop's good. Laptop's really good. If I was more patient, I would wait. No, we can see where I live from here. It's like, so that's the body of fresh water. And I live like that direction. Yeah, the pylon's right in the right direction. It goes right to it. So I have a horde aggro, but I will outrun them here. I'm gonna put on some mood music. I'm gonna check the OBS and stuff. I have to check my titles. Yep, just gonna check my titles. Oh, I'm unlisted. I'm glad I caught it. So there we go. Public go. 9:10. So I was unlisted for 2 hours, but that's okay. We're gonna go under EVE on. Well, let's do Final Fantasy 11. Fantasy 11 XI. Nope. XI. There. It will say save. Yeah. Stream language. Sorry guys, I didn't know I wasn't up on YouTube and I caught it. Thank God. United States. Recording date is the 13th. It is 9:17. Save. Republic. There we go. I only lost 2 hours. That's okay. I'm recording the video. There we go. Okay, so now I will mute the zombies for a second because it is annoying. And we are live streaming, and then I want to go and check my various monitors. Yeah, good. Cool. There we go. Good. And there we are. I am live. Sorry, almost done here. Just, being a solo guy, I got to do all the production value stuff, all of it, across the different platforms and all that stuff. There we go. Okay, back into it. Now, I think I will listen to some ambient music, because it is kind of a dystopian zombie background. So we'll go Grusha theme. This is one of my favorite songs of all time. Yeah, I think so. We'll go Grusha theme. Go. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Spelunking into the universe, brah! Yeah. I lost that one. Yay! I made it and the building is decaying, which is bad, but we can fix whatever it is. It's probably high qual. That's alright. And I got a laptop, which means I can open one of the crates in Harbor. Yep, high qual. So there's 5 high qual. We're no longer, you know, we're no longer bad there. I will go out with a real kit. How's the metal? Metal's okay. Stone's okay. Wood's alright. 6 hours for just 5 high qual. So, oh, no, loot all. Loot all. Oh, sorry, all. There we go. Yeah, 6 hours, and then, yeah, we'll take a real kit. Gonna need high qual, gonna need tool, and bullets. I don't know if there is bullets here or not. I'm gonna bring bandages and water. Yeah. Nice. So... Oh no, never mind. All I need is that. Nice. Or, well, I can take the risk and go out there because I'm armed and... Yeah, we'll do a run to gas station along the road. We'll do a run to gas station along the road, and that'll get me the high qual I need. You are so annoying. I might have to pull you. Will you let me on, at least? Yeah, there you go. If I can do that, it's alright. It's annoying. But it's security. Solo security. Mimio and Stevie and all always talk about how hard being solo is, but in my experience, it's actually the server that you pick. It's hard to be solo on a big server, but it's not hard to be solo. Generally, solo on almost any server, the majority of the time you're left alone. If you sit in your base, you know. Just depends on where you go. 50 seconds. I'm gonna spin everything up here. Silver. Oh god, no, wait a minute. Oh, I'm doing silver, am I? I lost silver, didn't I? I did. I lost like 3 of them. Son of a bitch. There. It's alright. I thought I was doing copper, and I kind of lost some ingots, but not much, like 2 something. That's fine. Why are those, like, ricocheting directly at me? I keep wasting ammo, damn it. They got him. Yeah, they did. Poor guy. When it goes quiet like that, it's TS for him. Nice. Some good high wall. Should have bought a knife. Not a bad haul. $21 high qual. That's good, but not amazing. We'll get a little bit more as we get the rest of this loot. But it could have been more. I kind of need like 40 to feel like I've kind of kept the wolves from the door with the space and the protection that I need. So we'll do some farming here. Sort of dangerous farming, because there's like someone definitely like on the server who dislikes me, and there's definitely other people living here. So got some risk, got a gun involved, and definitely a long walk. Ooh, look at that. That made all of this worth it. All of it. And killing all of those animals too. That's fucking beautiful, frankly. It'd be nice to get 3 helis, 1 for each base, so I can just travel to the next base that day, you know? Maybe do it all offline where nobody can see that I'm doing it. Pay the upkeeps before I get on each day, right? I don't know, it takes a long time though. You're seeing it takes like hours to do. So I'll probably do it on stream, but mini helis make it easier. I need like more loot than this, kind of. So I'll go up the road a little bit further and I'll leave the mini heli there, because any movement of it will alert the entire neighborhood that I have it. I mean, that's okay, but it's not ideal. I will loot the recycler before I get on the heli. There's a little bit more high qual. Somebody's been farming metal in this neighborhood hardcore. I do not see any nodes. I think one of the I think my home or no, I got raided. I had like 4 or 5 diesel, but when I got raided, I lost that. 4 or 5 diesel will go really far at excavator with a heli, and I might do that to get the high qual and metal. I had to recall how to do excavator. I was never the person who did the stuff. I just defended while they did it. So I don't remember excavator well. I know I've done all of it except for putting the diesel in the damn computer or whatever it is. I've never actually done that. I want those 4 stop signs and the loot on the side, and then I'm done with this run. This was enough. It was enough to stave the wolves from the door. And I found a mini heli, which is really fucking good. It saves a lot of time. Makes me both more dangerous, but also safer. Faster. I can take one of them to my home base. I guess I will. I'll take the mini heli to my home base. Or no, I'll take it to Bandit Camp, and I'll put a base down on the road outside the wall, and I'll put it there. Yeah, it's like it actually makes sense to keep the mini helis at the other bases, because then I can get home quick. Although, I mean, I can suicide, but that's actually not ideal. I can't transport loot between them, kind of thing. Like right now, my Bandit Camp base has metal that my main needs, and my main needs has high qual that my desert base needs, and all that. So, oh, yeah, gotta get another buff. It just go through all of this silver. Oh yeah, synthesis canceled. Okay, we're gonna go cook some copper. A lot of copper. I should have been buying more, but it's all right. New day's starting anyways. We're good. There's more loot that I should go get, but I'm kind of full. I want to drop off. Some of this stuff is respawning, which is good. It was good that I came here. I found a very good discovery. It's good. So good. 3 more high qual. I really didn't get what I should have, though. A little bit more, though. You know, it's a little bit more. Oh, 37. I'm sorry. 37 is what I wanted. Yeah, never mind. I have enough. Oh, good. So yeah, we'll prepare to leave this place now. This is the last bit of this run. I'll get on the roof. I haven't done that yet. Yep, look, there's more. Not much, but more, you know. I mean, I could technically take the scrap that I got. I think I will. And I'll take another risk as well. 342, that's not bad. Recycle that. And I don't need that, frankly. So, take the gears. Turn it to a garage door. Starting to get nervous because I'm fairly rich and I've been here too long. I want to get out of here. You get that sinking feeling that yourself is the liability. The more loot you get, you start to get this like sinking feeling that like the law of averages, like the longer you keep gathering loot, the more likely you are to just lose it, you know, the more likely something bad is to happen, I think. The longer you're out. So law of averages are like, don't fuck with it, just like, oh, 43 isn't enough. It's enough to get home, but it's not enough to do what I wanted to do. I don't think. Actually, I think it is. I think this is enough. It is enough. It is. No, I mean, yeah. Actually, we're okay. We're fine. That's enough. Gonna look for a tugboat. Wait, is that a tugboat? No. No. Oh god, I thought I was gonna lose the heli. Jesus, it's been a little while. Been a little while since I've flown one of these. Jesus. It spawned me in my base. That's funny.
Inventory is full.
Okay, I'm gonna kill the music here. It was a good session. Now, 50 out of 50. Let's listen to something else.
Your inventory is full.
History. Yeah, I'm aware. I just don't know what to do about it. I don't know. I've got 2 silver ore. Like, I like it, but I don't have the room. I don't really have the room. Pet food delta. There. 1 copper ore, right? There, I can get rid of that. And then I can continue to work. There we go. Okay. Now, what else? I need to get back to copper. There we go. And you, I would like to do some gambling. Okay. I'll put this stuff away. Yeah, there we go, and then, oh, that, a bit of that, and that, okay. Okay, and then all 66 high qual. Now, why did you give me that skin? That seems weird. Maybe I better go get a tool. Yeah, I'm gonna take that over that, and I'll take that because it's free, and you... Yep. And then a shirt, yep. And, I'm gonna go you. Okay. Here, I'm going to say you. There we are. Then, let's just watch a video. This is George Soros behind everything you don't like, with some more news. Thank you. Oops, sorry. I don't know why that
Cracklin'
is so
Oat Brand,
long.
Blessings of Light, Introduction. Hi, it's Cody.
Oh my god. YouTube is so annoying to use now. It, like, barely works. If you don't pay for it.
News Consigliere, here to advise you amongst the tricky, multifaceted news mafia disputes. Does someone need to get news whacked, or can it be smoothed out by forget about it? Who has to sleep with the news fishes? Man, those fishes are such harlots. I can tell this is not a metaphor I'm going to be able to keep up. So I'm going to just drop it. Like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas should have dropped it when Billy Bats kept bringing up his old shine box. Remember movies? Okay, enough foreplay. Here's some news. Let's say you can't just blame the mafia for all of society's
Oh my god, look at
problems, and
YouTube
you
suck.
need another...
Fucking reload. God damn it.
Cracklin' Oat Brand, Blessings of Light, Introduction. Hi, it's Cody, your news consigliere, here to advise you amongst the tricky, multifaceted news
I like
mafia
Cody
disputes.
Johnson a lot.
Does someone need to get news whacked, or can it
Yup.
be smoothed out by forget about it?
Forget about
Who has
it.
to sleep with the news fishes? Man, those fishes are such harlots. I can tell this is not a metaphor I'm going to be able to keep up. So I'm going to just drop it. Like Joe Pesci in Goodfellas should have dropped it when Billy Batts kept bringing up his old shine box. Remember movies? Okay, enough foreplay. Here's some news. Let's say you can't just blame the mafia for all of society's problems, and you need another shadowy and mysterious presence. Someone you can point to as the culprit behind any number of preconceived societal ills. Someone who hopefully has a palindromic last name. So, Daryl Hannah? Is it that fish harlot, Daryl Hannah? Harlibut?
George Soros funds the Open Society. The Open Society gives $15 million to these groups that are protesting on behalf of Hamas.
So what is Soros' goal here? I think just chaos.
The reason is he's had a lifelong dream of one world government, of elites, redistributing wealth and setting up rules for the rest of us.
Setting up rules for the rest of us?
This is a symptom of America's decline. And one of the biggest reasons, because you have George Soros funding these radical left-wing district attorneys. They get into office and they say they're not going to prosecute crimes they disagree with. The inmates start running the asylum.
You said he wants to erode the very fabric of civilization, and Soros hates humanity. Like, when you do something like that, do you
I think that's true. That's my opinion.
It's like he wants these cities to fall apart. He wants crime to flourish. It's almost like he's an evil person in a Batman movie.
Wow. Sure seems like this. I don't know. This guy is up to no good, even being likened to an evil person in a Batman movie by Joe Rogan. Ooh. Notes to self: come up with a simple term for evil person in a movie. It's weird we don't have one of those yet. Anywho, if you're just watching these clips, it seems pretty hard to tell which criticisms are legitimate and which are tinfoil hat stuff. George Soros has been accused of everything from helping the Nazis during World War II to plotting the overthrow of the U.S. government. Without looking it up, I'm guessing he's why the Earth is secretly flat, which it is! So, hey, let's look into those accusations, because even if a lot of them aren't true, maybe he is actually secretly funding things that most of us wouldn't care for, right?
Yeah, hedge
After all,
funds.
George Soros is a billionaire, whom I don't think are our friends. They tend to put a lot of their money toward philanthropic efforts, though in many cases, those philanthropic efforts don't actually do anything good. Not to mention that George Soros has donated money to the campaigns of progressive district attorney candidates, which is what Ron DeSantis was getting at there during his, cue the sad trombone, campaign for president. You're not going to do the sound. Well, now it's too late, so why? Of course, those Soros donations don't seem any different from how, for example, wealthy Silicon Valley goons like David Sachs pumped money into recall campaigns against...
This guy understands how hard show business actually is.
It seems like he's
It's
just
kind of funny.
targeting Soros for giving money to political causes that he doesn't like, because he's expressed no concern whatsoever over the dozens of billionaires who've donated to his various campaigns over the years. Because why would he?
Why would he?
Maybe the problem here is that money has too much influence in politics, and we shouldn't want any billionaire trying to buy any political office. But that's just one of the dozens of allegations made about this old withered fart. And it is kind of the most normal one, which is why I started there. But of course, we have a lot more episode ahead of us. Oh, look, it's the episode up ahead. Coming at you. Beep, beep. Okay, so who is George Soros really? How did he make his money? Where does he keep the money? Is it secure or easy to access?
Can we rob him?
Things does he support? How did he have the rights boogeyman? Or, if you prefer,
Boogie woman.
Could I get in the same room with his money?
No.
And how much anti-Semitism are we going to uncover in finding out? Spoiler alert for this episode.
A lot.
Lots.
Lots.
Okay, that one was for me. Cue the real
That's a
time.
good one.
George Soros. What's like his whole deal. Nice. I love a This Friggin' Guy episode where we talk about a friggin' guy. Not like what pundits might be saying about him, but his actual background, who he actually is, and what he stands for. He was born right here on Earth, in Budapest, or Budapest, if you prefer, Hungary, or Hungary if you prefer, in 1930, or that's it, 1930. A time before the invention of the modern toothbrush.
My God,
Before
that would make him 95 years old.
bristles made
Please
from animal
die,
hair,
dinosaur.
or I
No, I'm
assume
just kidding.
just scrape
I don't
their
mean
teeth
that.
up against the washboard, or whatever else is lying
No,
around.
I don't mean that. I really don't.
Butts, probably.
That's a terrible,
His
terrible thing
family
to
was
say.
Jewish,
I'm
but
kidding.
as with
It
many
was a
well-off
comedy.
Hungarian
It was a
Jews at the
joke. I
time,
don't wish
they
death on
tended to shy away from
anyone.
their roots. The young George Soros, quote, beamed when other children
It's cool that he
shouted,
lived to
"Don't be
95.
Jewish." Nothing made him feel happier than to be told he did not have the appearance of a Jew. Later in life, he even jokingly told other people that he grew up in a Jewish anti-Semitic home. This kind of thing wasn't uncommon among minority Jewish populations in Europe, especially as anti-Semitism was on the rise at the time. His family even changed their last name from Schwartz to Soros in 1936. This isn't very important, but a childhood friend described young Soros as a very pretty little boy. A real weird-ass compliment that none of my childhood friends ever used to describe me. I'm looking at you, Kyle Dietrich. Was I not pretty enough, Kyle? Was I not pretty enough for you, Kyle? F you, Kyle. I'm so... I did my best. At any rate, Soros may not have been a practicing Jew, but that kind of thing didn't really matter much to, the Nazis, who invaded and occupied Hungary in March 1944.
No rabies.
For you younger viewers, invading and
Yes,
occupying
I don't know how I did it, but I did it.
Nazis
I did it.
do before they were able to get
I don't know how I
Disney
did it, but I
World
did it.
passes and run
Yes.
social media sites.
Oh,
Instead of fleeing
stupid
Hungary,
wolf.
Soros and his family survived the war by obtaining forged documents suggesting they were Christian, and he even briefly posed as the godson of a man who worked for Hungary's Ministry of Agriculture. No beard growing or Nazi coat wearing necessary. Soros' documents bore the name Sandor Kiss, and in 1944, he accompanied his phony godfather to the estate of a wealthy Jew who had used his influence to flee the country.
What?
This is where we get the Nazi collaborator rumor, because that fake godfather was there to inventory the valuables left behind for Nazis to steal, with a 13-year-old Soros along for the ride. So,
Yeah, got a level. Oh yeah.
Kid who was only there.
The real reason I'm here, not abuse, not fucking piece of shit low IQ morons or any of this other stuff, right? I'm here for the levels and I'm getting what I want. You can see it right now. Proof is in the pudding. Oh yeah, level 48, bitch. I'm halfway. So almost halfway. So I don't know. I think I do medical for fall damage. And now I see a significant reduction, 30% in the fall damage that I take, which is good. And so then we buy down to revitalization. And then eventually I think Messiah, but I don't know. Oh yeah, and also Rugged Up. Rugged Up is really good. Yep, and Second Win and Messiah. I've never seen them proc. But I don't know. I don't know if I can put points in those. I think the build chart's better. I don't think I can put points in those, but I need revitalization. I need like 3 points in revitalization. And then I'll spend the rest in the build craft chart because that just makes my job easier. You know, honestly, so I just faced some trouble at my desert base because of Stream Snipe Door Camp. And a valid solution, as you can see, a valid solution is actually building a new base and just saying bye to that base. You know, that like it's that crazy. So the build craft chart makes that even more possible. The minute that a base becomes like there's somebody living by it and intentionally trying to fuck with me or whatever. Like, honestly, to me, that base is tainted now, and I could just build a new base somewhere else, you know? I thought about that, like, you know, like, the base itself is, like, tainted, because it's got somebody living there at it now who can just constantly harass me. I don't know. I guess their bed is out there? I think so, because you can just use spawns to spawn in my main, so his actual bed is out there, so he can harass me, which is so stupid. So, like, I could just let the base go. You know, and I'll think about it. You know, that is a possibility, but you know, because it's a long walk for one thing. It's a long fucking walk, and I'm thinking if I let it go, they just wasted more of their time. You know, and I think I win psychologically. So I don't know. I'll think about it.
He was hiding from the Nazis. But despite very obviously not being a Nazi collaborator, this story has been used against him. In 2018, Roseanne Barr would claim that he, quote, turned in his fellow Jews to be murdered in German concentration camps and stole their wealth. That didn't happen, and is a very silly thing to say. She did apologize for tweeting that after she was fired from her show for a bunch of other offensive tweets. Can you believe The Conners has been on for 6 seasons? Network TV, man, it's like another world out there. Anyway, if you're wondering how such a falsehood could spin out of control, I have to point out that in the interests of being fair like a maiden and balanced like a balanced maiden, that Soros himself appeared, at best, unprepared for questions about that 1944 incident during a 60-minute interview in 1998.
I mean, that sounds like an experience that would send lots of people to the psychiatric couch for many, many years. Was it difficult?
Get away.
Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah, so the reason confiscating a bunch of Jewish property wouldn't have sent him to the psychiatric couch is, I'd reckon, because he didn't do that. Again, he was 13. They didn't put him to work. He was too busy listening to the Verve Pipe and hiding erections. I mean, sure, whether that clip has selective editing or if Soros genuinely didn't recognize how he was coming off, it doesn't make him look great. But that one kind of weird interview from more than 25 years ago is largely responsible for the narrative that he helped the Nazis or even is a Nazi. Even though, really can't stress this enough, he was a Jew hiding from the Nazis during this time. Remember that scene in The Zone of Interest where the Nazis are discussing the logistics of exterminating Hungary's 700,000 Jews? That included 13-year-old George Soros. Not by name, but he was included. And don't worry, that isn't one of those scenes that is apparently impossible to interpret. But let's keep going with Soros' youth, as we've got plenty of brainworms to dig from the muck. Got one! Oh, get in there! Ooh, all right, here we go. Soros and his family had some close calls during the Nazi occupation, but survived until Soviet and Romanian forces liberated Budapest in early 1945. The same couldn't be said for hundreds of thousands of other Hungarian Jews executed in labor camps or killed during the siege. Having wealth and connections undoubtedly helped his family survive, and Soros wouldn't have been able to go on to make $1 squillion had it not been for forged and purchased identities. In 1947, shortly after turning 17, he left for England and ultimately studied at the London School of Economics, where he was mentored by Karl Popper, an influential philosopher who coined the phrase, suck it in, suck it in, suck it in, if you're Rin Tin Tin or Anne Boleyn, make a desperate move. That's the guy from Blues Traveler, I think. Wait, is he the same guy? There's no way to know. Anyway, along with forming Blues Traveler, Karl Popper promoted the idea of the open society, which is kind of what it sounds like. That individuals should be free to decide how to live their lives without being repressed by
a utopia.
Totalitarian government.
Yeah, don't tell me what to do. We're good.
Liberal democracy.
Yeah.
For someone like George Soros,
utopia.
who spent his teen years
don't tell me what to do, and we're good.
Fearing for his life because he was Jewish, this sounded pretty good. It wasn't fascism, but it certainly wasn't socialism either. So in 1956, Soros moved to a place that seemed to hate both of those things. The United States, or more specifically, New York City, the apple of unusual size for an apple. He planned to work on Wall Street for 5 years, save $500,000, which is more than $5 million in today's simoleons, and then go back to the UK to be a philosopher. Ha! The frivolities of youth.
The very greedy frivolities
Soros
of youth.
liked money too much to spend his time philosophizing, or he realized perhaps he could do both. The money thing
perhaps he
and
could do
the
both.
thinking about stuff thing. And he credits his remarkable success in finance to the idea of reflexivity, that there are feedback loops based on economic decisions people make due to a perception of the market that end up impacting the market itself. Does that make sense? It doesn't to me. Probably why I'm not rich. And the gambling. Here's how Soros describes it. Quote, in situations that have thinking participants, the participants' view of the world is always partial and distorted. That is the principle of fallibility. The other is that these distorted views can influence the situation to which they relate because false views lead to inappropriate actions. That is the principle of reflexivity. For instance, treating drug addicts as criminals creates criminal behavior. It misconstrues the problem and interferes with the proper treatment of addicts. Wow, well, he's right about that. It's weird when a billionaire is right about a societal problem. It's jarring. I am jarred right now. And when it comes to using this idea to make money, he wasn't just whistling Dixie, or as they call it in Hungary, whistling the Metzek mountain range. After bouncing around as an arbitrage trader and then a VP at various firms, he founded Soros Fund Management in 1970, which was later renamed Quantum Fund. And we're going to skip ahead a bit here to the 1990s, not just because a hedge fund manager slowly making millions isn't that interesting, but because we don't have Margot Robbie in a bathtub to explain how it all works. I mean, we have Margot Robbie standing just off camera. I just don't have a bathtub. Go home, Margot! Margot stinking Robbie, you stink! Go home! Get out of here! P.U. Margot! She's always hanging around the set. Why, like, P.U.
You're not funny,
See, that's
don't
why
try.
They put her in the bath. She's stinky. You smell, Margot. But what's really important here are two events in the Pearl Jammin' 90s that took him from millionaire to billionaire.
There's
and
a
made
mini
him one
Helly.
of the most successful currency speculators of all time. I'm going to talk through all of this, but will not get in a bathtub. The water burns us. First, in 1990, Britain joined the European Exchange Rate Mechanism, aka the ERM, which fixed
Who
the
was
exchange
that?
rates of European currencies to the German mark.
Who's
stepping
that?
Transitioning toward the euro.
Who
a
the
single
fuck are
currency for
these
the entire
people?
continent. This ended up being a bad
think that was
idea
Dixie.
for a number of reasons we will not get into here, lest we ask this guy to crawl out of his K-hole, which we're not going to do. But George Soros greatly profited by taking a $1 billion short position on the British pound. Other investors did this as well, but none as aggressively as Soros. Basically, his fund borrowed a jolly good trove of pounds and sold them for other more stable currencies. This helped drive demand for those currencies up, as well as the supply of the pound. And before you know it, Bob's your uncle, Bagsy skint, chinwag, you've chuffed the cunt, Britain can't afford to prop up its currency. It has to withdraw from the ERM, and the value of the pound plummeted like a dodgy old, I don't know, in it. And Soros is said to have broken the Bank of England on what became known as Black Wednesday. He made $1 billion that day by aggressively putting pressure on an unstable currency. Does this mean he caused it himself? Well, he wasn't the one who made some of the bad economic decisions in the first place. Hat tip to Margaret Thatcher there. Yeah, tap to the hat, cherry hat maiden. But he did egg it all on. He was like the Jack Nicholson nodding knee, and he greatly profited from what would result in high unemployment and cuts to the UK's welfare system. Now, you could argue, as some have, that Black Wednesday was ultimately good for the UK in that it allowed for lower interest rates and increased growth in the decades that followed. On the other hand, perhaps betting on the financial ruin of 60 million people is bad. Like a bad, evil thing to do. But I guess that depends on who you ask. For example, if you asked a billionaire or not. A similar thing happened in our second event, the 1997 Asian financial crisis. This was a series of currency devaluations that started in Thailand and then spread to countries like Malaysia, South Korea, and Indonesia, though the causes of this crisis are less agreed upon. Again, speculative investors thought Thailand was over-leveraged and doubted its currency's strength while fixed to the US dollar. This time, however, the leaders of some of those Asian countries directly blamed Soros for what happened. Malaysian authoritarian Prime Minister Mahathir Mohamad called him a moron who had intentionally destroyed his nation's economy for financial gain. He also, incidentally, called Soros a Jew a bunch of times. I'm not sure how that's relevant, but we'll put a little SS pin in that for now. While Soros agreed that his funds focused on these teetering currencies, he claimed his actions actually gave Malaysia a softer landing than it would have had otherwise. Mahathir, who is also still alive at 98 by the way, note to self to check on that before we release this video. Is he, just put on screen if he's still alive. He said that currency trading should be banned to prevent these kinds of economic crises. George Soros, unsurprisingly, came out against that idea. So that's the first part of this whole story. The guy became massively wealthy by betting against weak currencies and used large infusions of capital to exacerbate those currency failures. Probably. Money's fake. I could be saying anything right now, actually. I'll check with the bathtub. But it's not exactly a good thing to do. It's kind of something an evil person in a movie would do. We gotta think of a better word for that. Okay. Of course, he has also spent $32 billion on philanthropy through his foundation in the past few decades, according to that foundation. Not that that's necessarily good either. So after the break, we're going to take a look at what all of that money has gone toward, and how he became the right wing's monster of the week. Century. Enjoy these ads for, products? I assume products. Hey, it's me. Hi, how are you? I'm good. Been offloading a lot of crates of hollandaise sauce lately. Had to learn Dutch. And lucky for Cody, I used Babbel. Oh, yeah. That's the sound of learning right there. Babbel is a language learning app that actually works. Language is everything, after all. It's good to know multiple languages, if only to navigate a country or talk to customs officials. And why pay hundreds of dollars for a tutor when you take Babbel's 10-minute lessons designed by over 200 language experts? These are lessons specifically designed by real people for real conversations, meaning that it's all rooted in real-life situations. This is probably why they have over 16 million subscriptions sold. In fact, all of their courses come with a 20-day money-back guarantee. Unlike my hollandaise sauce, sorry folks, you buy it, you keep it! Sometimes you find bones in hollandaise sauce. That's natural. It means it's fresh sauce. And thanks to Babbel, I know now how to say, you work off your debt, in both Dutch and Norwegian. And here's a special, limited time deal for our listeners. Right now, get up to 60% off your Babbel subscription, but only for our listeners at babbel.com/morenews. Get up to 60% off at babbel.com/morenews, spelled BABBEL.com/morenews. Rules and restrictions may apply, or as they say in another language, the hook brings you back. We were talking about George Soros, a relatively low-profile billionaire, given that he doesn't own a platform famous for being the place people go to write "She ebbin' on my knees her till I Scrooge." At any rate, once he became very wealthy, it was time to put some effort into that whole open society dilly he had learned from the guy from Rusted Root or whatever. Specifically, he wanted to fund efforts to promote open societies in Eastern Europe, back when most Eastern European nations were either part of or heavily influenced by the Soviet Union. Remember, no matter what you've heard from Timberland Crucklesby, George Soros isn't a communist, and notably doesn't like communism. He started his first Open Society Foundation in his native Hungary in 1984. 1984! It's just like 1984! Helping to improve communication in the communist country by importing hundreds of photocopiers, which allowed for the spreading of previously banned literature. The foundation funded local universities and their student journals, and even paid for activist students to study abroad. One of those students was current Hungarian authoritarian strongman Viktor Orbán, a tidbit you may remember from our Hungary episode, one of those reflexivity/unintended consequences type things. Foreshadowing! Be careful who you educate, as they may just be the next Darth Sidious, etc. Darth Bado. Soros established similar anti-communist foundations throughout the 1980s in places like China, the Soviet Union, and Poland, hoping to foster a new generation of free thinkers and earning rave reviews from many Republicans who liked that he was aligned with final boss Ronald Reagan against communism. By the 1990s, Soros had announced his intentions to make contributions toward domestic programs in the United States, including drug reform and decreasing political advertising on television. Starting in 1994! He put tens of millions of dollars toward efforts to legalize and decriminalize drugs. Probably because of that thing he said earlier, where criminalizing drugs doesn't do anything except turn people into criminals. Good idea. We're not keeping score here, but if we were, he'd get a Cody buck, which is what I call points. It's an imperfect system. I should change the name of stuff. He was still not a mainstream name to conservative media folk, but this is where the rumblings began. In the late 90s, 8-time presidential non-factor and conspirofascist Lyndon LaRouche put out a series of articles referring to Soros the Golem and calling him the Queen's drug pusher. Now look, we will be here for a long time if I start going through every example of anti-Semitic imagery and speculative skull and bones style connect the dots theorizing. So let's just say that LaRouche repeated the Soros was a Nazi lie and devoted several paragraphs to the Rothschild connection. And you could purchase a full report on him for the low price of $100 for a report on Soros. God, that's in 90s money. You could have bought like 9 Spin Doctors albums for that. Around the same time, Soros himself was getting more involved politically, not just donating to causes and starting foundations, but meeting with and attempting to influence politicians himself. But far from being a puppet master pulling all the strings, he was initially viewed with some skepticism, especially when it came to his opinion on foreign relations. According to one Clinton administration official in 1995, quote, "Sometimes his speeches and articles are overly idealistic. In that sense, people take him with a grain of salt." The image you get from reading about Soros in this time is of a guy who desperately wants to have the amount of influence that people in later decades would attribute to him. Kind of like Elon Musk today, he got super rich, was credited as one of the world's great financial analysts, and wanted others to know his ideas. Remember, he wanted to be a philosopher, like Socrates, or Descartes, or Nietzsche. He's written a bunch of books trying to spread these ideas to the masses. The fact that he's been at it for decades and our country is still teetering on the brink of fascism is kind of evidence that he hasn't been nearly as influential as all those people at the beginning would have you believe. It's also kind of interesting how when a person gets really rich, they think their opinions are suddenly important, even if they're bad opinions, like the opinions of an evil person in a movie. And I guess it's a little reassuring that these people don't have as much power as we seem to think. It's also worth noting that the early criticism of Soros' public activities weren't all from the right. According to Reason Magazine book's editor Jesse Walker, quote, "I first started encountering anti-Soros invective in the 1990s. Interestingly, it was coming from the left. People were worried that he was buying up the movement, or in a less conspiratorial vein, that the possibility of chasing Soros dollars would distort the independent left's activities. In hindsight, it may have been a good idea to tell activists and political groups on the left to take as much money as you can. In the future, we lose all of our journalists, and right-wing media has a seemingly endless supply of money. Like, we joke about cashing the Soros checks now, but please, 90s leftists, take the Soros money. Also, watch out for 9/11. I will let you guess what that means. But as we inched into the current millennium, we got closer to the right-wing boogeymanification of George Soros. The transition from ordinary piece of shit billionaire to the fantasy of a murderous demon shit billionaire intent on world domination. Think of George Soros as Walter White in season 1 of Breaking Bad, and the American right-wing's conception of him as Walter White in seasons 3 through 5. Season 1 Walter White was not exactly a good guy, but season 5 Walter White is an all-time evil guy in a movie, in a TV show. An evil guy, an evil character. Like the opposite of the good guy. we'll get there.
The villain, damn it.
George's most
The
direct
villain.
entry into U.S. politics came in late 2003 when he committed more than $15 million towards efforts to defeat the re-election of George W. Bush.
Damn George Bush.
After re-examination, maybe that money
Anybody who
could have
fought him
been
is an
better
angel.
spent building a giant
Yeah.
cannon and firing whatever
Sup,
was
killer?
left over directly toward the sun. Bush ended up winning re-election since his opponent was, tragically, a half-sentient jar of mustard. He gurgled, but we simply couldn't hear his words. Alas.
Alas.
If only he gurgled more articulately. Nevertheless, Republicans did not like some billionaire elite waving his money around trying to influence a presidential election. That's their job.
That's
which
their
they
job.
did very well by financing a discredited group to say the dry mustard jar was bad at war. The Republican House Speaker, Dennis Hastert, a man whose name you really should bing if you don't know it, went on Fox News at the time to talk Soros, saying, you know, I don't know where George Soros gets his money. I don't know if it comes overseas or from drug groups, or where it comes from.
Where?
Very odd thing to say, since the source of Soros' money wasn't a secret. We talked about it earlier.
Yeah, he's just ripped off Forex. Come on. We know where he got his money from. I mean, cartels.
Like
it's just like how Joe Rogan didn't know how to say bad person in a movie, like villain. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. They don't know how to say the word.
That he doesn't know how to look stuff up. Hey, what was the source of your money, Dennis? Oh, right, hundreds of...
It was, Forex.
Thousands of dollars of pension checks you took until you were finally cut off for being a convicted child sex offender. Like I said, bing the guy. Just don't let him bing you. You know what I'm saying?
I'm saying?
Because of the sex offenses.
Sex offenses.
Republican Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. Despite the increasing attacks, however, Soros was not dissuaded. He and other progressive millionaires and billionaires, still licking their gold-plated wounds from Bush's re-election, pooled their money into the Democracy Alliance, which would fund liberal think tanks and other groups. Media Matters for America, which was brand new at the time, received a huge influx of funding. He also paid Republicans, by the way, when it suited his aims. But
of course he
the
did.
Media Matters stuff that drew the ire of Bill O'Reilly, an Erlenmeyer flask of distilled Irish-American anger and resentment. He didn't like that Media Matters would take the bold, commie action of accurately reporting the things he said on his TV and radio shows. He lashed out at Media Matters frequently in this era, and you can understand why. A media organization taking money from rich people to report things exclusively from their point of view? That's their job! How dare you do the us thing to us? This culminated in a 2007 segment on the O'Reilly Factor that pointed the finger at Soros specifically, and it may have been the first time most everyday John Q. Republicans heard his name.
Factor has been investigating far-left billionaire George Soros, a man who wants to impose...
I gotta say, I fucking love being able to sit here and gamble. Fucking love being able to sit here and gamble instead of do things, because I make more money doing this than I do anything else. So, like, you know, it actually pays me more to sit here and gamble all day than to go and play the game. But, I mean, you know... So, I mean, so it's kind of like hard. It's hard not to do it. It's kind of funny. It's hard not to do it, you know. So yeah, like, you know, and I'm like, yeah, I just want to sit here and gamble all day instead of doing things. And if some fleet starts, I'll go do that. But I mean, you know, I don't need a fleet to start. I make so much money just sitting here watching the fucking world go by and the fucking, you know, the sun spin around this fucking station and shit. I fucking love it. I can, like, watch the glimmering lights on the landing strip on this fucking, like, this station that... I don't own this station, but I could. I could own this station if I wanted to. I could go launch one of these myself, you know? It's pretty fun. So, Black Soul, your skin's plex. Oh, yeah, your skin's plex. They had the same value. Okay, 17 high qual significantly upgrades the time in this base. Yay! And the wolf is from the door.
radical left agenda on America, and under the radar, he is making great progress. Soros has set up a complicated political operation designed to do two things: buy influence among some liberal politicians and smear people with whom he disagrees. Now, here's a chart of how Soros and a few other wealthy radicals who help him are funneling money into
Wealthy
the political
radicals.
process. Stay with me on this.
Okay, Bill, I'll stay with you. But those are a lot of arrows. I gotta tell you, I typically have a 4-arrow limit.
I know,
If
right?
you're asking your audience to stay with me on this...
So, I think I'll research his revolver. Because it was free, you know? Who the fuck cares? I don't care. Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah, cool. Yep, so I'll research his revolver because it was free. Yeah. Buy a revolver. He touched it, so it's worthless. It's got bad energy. Worthless. I'm inclined to throw the bullets away. Even they probably stink of his loserhood, you know? I mean, he's filthy. He's filthy with dark, bad energy. Fucking stinks of it, and even this loot has it. So these bullets, I doubt they'll hit their target. I think he's put the born loser curse on them. I'm dead serious too. I actually believe those bullets to be cursed because he touched them. He's got the opposite of the King Midas thing. Everything he touches turns to shit. Those bullets will not serve me. Yeah, they will only harm me. I am not stupid. Oh yeah, I feel I should be doing copper for a while. Is it a new day? Not yet.
Usually not a good sign. Bill! Oh, are you still alive? Are you the dead Fox News guy? Ah, probably still alive. But the stuff he's saying with all those arrows, of course, not very complicated. Soros was a billionaire who gave his money to a bunch of different advocacy groups, some of which were giving money to a website that he didn't like. Again, I don't disagree that wealthy financiers have too much influence in politics, but guys like O'Reilly were trying to have it both ways. Criticizing Soros-linked groups for funding Media Matters, but giving the Koch brothers a pass on their financing of things like the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, and Americans for Prosperity, a group that literally funded the freaking Tea Party movement. None of this is complicated. It's just money going to things. And people like to pick which money is bad or shady based on where it's going. O'Reilly even said there weren't shadowy figures behind the Tea Party, unlike Soros and these move on people. He's just picking and choosing because suddenly somebody was reporting negatively on things he said. I mean, Democracy Alliance was directly modeled after the Koch network. They're the same things, just with different political aims. But I'm sorry, Bill. I got ahead of myself. I was staying with you on this.
Finally, George Soros has given the radical left organization Move On many, many millions of dollars.
Wait.
This group actively supports liberal politicians like Howard Dean and John Edwards. It also organizes demonstrations promoting left-wing causes.
Ah, yes, radical left-wing organizations supporting... Wait, that... Oh, really? I'm... Okay. Howard Dean and John Edwards? That's... I'm double-checking. Yeah. Howard Dean and John Edwards? Apparently, Soros supported Maoist mouth foamers. Howard Dean and John Edwards? So yeah, he's not really pointing out anything worthy of all those conspiracy arrows. It's not a conspiracy if it's just what we allow people to do with money. Though I guess you can say someone is supporting radicals if you put the word radicals before the name. Like, did you hear that Kickstarter is helping to support the Radical Mystery Science Theater 3000? Unbelievable! So what we actually learned here is that advocacy groups exist, and those groups often get funding from rich people. Incidentally, this was the earliest incident we could find of the Soros pays for left-wing protests thing that has followed pretty much every left-of-center protest for the past 15 years. All because one of his groups gave money to Move On once in 2004. Okay, Bill, let's continue. Any big reveals?
In the weeks to come, we'll have more on Soros and his operations, including naming more of the mainstream media that is actively helping him, which includes Rosie O'Donnell.
Dun, dun, dun! So reaches the scaly head of the great serpent. George Soros was funding Rosie O'Donnell! Can you believe it? That he was really wasting his money. He was pumping millions into boosting the profiles of Howard Dean, John Edwards, and Rosie O'Donnell. People all of our viewers under 25 are, I'm sure, intimately familiar with. I want to emphasize here that I'm not supporting this so much as pointing out that Soros wasn't only doing this political wheeling and dealing during this time. He was still doing regular old shitty billionaire stuff, like being convicted in France of insider trading and fined more than $2 million, a decision he appealed and lost. Wow, $2 whole million he had to pay, oh my stars! Even into his golden years, in which he has objectively been since a white guy could have this hairstyle and be considered a sex icon, he just wanted to make money. My point is that there has always been legitimate stuff worth criticizing about Soros or any billionaire, especially one that involves themselves in politics. But O'Reilly really wanted people to see this as some kind of X-Files level conspiracy, when in reality, he's just explaining how rich people work. So, okay, Bill, we've got to move on. Anything else you've got for us?
He set his sights on changing the basic fabric of this country.
Well, that's right. George Soros is really the Dr. Evil of the whole world of left-wing foundations. In fact, one of his most chilling quotes a few years ago was that the main obstacle to a stable and just world is the United States. He really hates this country.
Okay, to be fair, but not balanced, that is a paraphrasing of a real Soros quote from one of his books, where he was specifically criticizing the Bush administration. So the O'Reilly segment was stupid.
They put him out of context all the time, probably.
But it's important to point out that there was nothing anti-Semitic in it. Nobody on the show mentioned that Soros was Jewish or implied anything conspiratorial based on that fact. That seems like a pretty low bar, but you'll have to keep that in mind as we transition into the 2010s, when Glenn Beck hosted a series of episodes on his show under the banner, Exposing George Soros, the Puppet Master? Remember Glenn?
The Puppet Master?
That one. Oh man, please be the dead one. No? Damn it! Also, wow. Like, wow. And that was just the preview of his episode. I mean, okay. Did that explicitly say that Soros is an evil Jew manipulating the New World Order? No. In fact, I'm not even really sure what it's implying, that Soros is a bad Jew or anti-Semitic himself. Regardless, the imagery in there is, not good. Although that quote in the segment about not wanting to be a part of a Jewish ethno-state is also a real George Soros quote. So I'm sure the rest of Glenn Beck's 2010 Soros video will be totally fair and not unhinged at all. We're going to talk next about Glenn's little video there and what his, and the right's, big accusation is. Specifically, the idea that George Soros is trying to take over the entire world right after we get through the global cabal that are even more ads. Last ad break. I am so proud you made it this far. Hey now, calm yourself. You're experiencing an ad, but not just any ad. This is an ad for the Some More News merch store. Thank goodness. You can relax now knowing that you're still in our protective hands. Close your eyes and listen to me describe our products, which you can find at shop.somemorenews.com. Are you picturing it? It's beautiful. So many shirts and magnets and tote bags that you can wear or hold or burn for warmth. That's right, you can burn our merchandise. We don't care, you bought it already, it's yours! Legally speaking, we aren't responsible for anything you do with our Warmbo magnets. That's the Some More News guarantee. Again, that's shop.somemorenews.com. What are you waiting for? The end of the episode? Come on, that's no excuse. Shop.somemorenews.com. Everybody, there's nobody here. Just go there. It's the only place to get shirts. We're back. We as in me, Cody, and the shadowy puppeteer who shall remain nameless, but also will be named as George Soros, master of puppets, the saint of anger, the ride of the lightning. Before the break, we showed you clips from some totally hinged episodes of The O'Reilly Factor and the Imaginarium of Dr. Glenn Beck. And while O'Reilly set the table, it's Glenn Beck who took that first steamy dump that elevated Soros from an evil leftist rich dude to a Skeletor-level super evil guy in a movie. Gotta think of a new word. So what is his big terrifying plan? Let's watch a clip from Glenn Beck's big unmasking special.
On this program for the last couple of years, we've been telling you about the people and the places and the things that you had never even considered before. At least I hadn't. And I told you that there was a structure being put into place in our country, and it was designed to bring about the fundamental transformation that has been promised. Through the course of this journey of discovery, amazingly, all the paths, time after time, really led to one man, George Soros. One guy. There's a crisis collapsing our economy. George Soros. When the administration and the progressives look for a savior to step in and save the day, George Soros. He makes predictions, and his loyal followers make sure they come true. He's pulled no punches about the end game. It's one world government. The end of America's status as the prevailing world power. But why?
But why? What a terrifying end game of unity? Like a Star Trek United Earth? I guess the idea is that it's totalitarian or something like that. It's just funny how the little squirrel man presents it. Anyway, it's that for a half hour. Beck goes back and forth with the chalkboard talking about groups that have received funding from Soros affiliates and extrapolating based on, I don't know, the wind, that Soros was days away from establishing a borderless, anarchist, nationwide heroin riot because he was apparently giving orders to Barack Obama. Beck insinuates in this episode that Soros is the one who convinced Obama to push for an additional stimulus package during the financial crisis because of some interview he gave to Der Spiegel. But, of course, most economists at the time widely said such a measure was necessary and argued that the $787 billion bill didn't go far enough. You can debate whether or not that bill was effective, but to suggest that Soros was pulling all the strings just because he agreed with everyone except congressional Republicans that stimulus was necessary, it's quite a stretch. It's like crediting myself for a new Mad Max movie getting made because I said out loud, hey, they should make another one of those. Everybody said that. And this is officially where things begin to go a little bit off the rails, and the Soros conspiracy goes global. That's right, Glenn Beck is still technically on the rails. The use of Soros as an overall Mr. Boogie deepened in the 2010s due to people with pretty nefarious intent, to the point where even many of Soros' employees wondered what the hell was going on. And to understand what, in fact, is going on, we need to look at two political operatives named George Birnbaum and Arthur Finkelstein. And before I go any further, I know what you're saying. Is Cody Equanimous St. Johnston pointing the finger at two shadowy Jewish figures and accusing them of conspiring to influence political elections around the world? The answer is yes. No. Why would you? I'm not. Why would? I'm just. Look, I am pointing to two political figures who happen to be Jewish. But, unlike the dabblers in Soros conspiracy theories, we aren't suggesting that their Jewishness has anything to do with those actions, and are in fact coming out right now and saying that the bad things these guys did are because they're assholes, completely unrelated to their religion and or ethnic background. I just want to make that clear because the political campaigns run by Birnbaum and Finkelstein absolutely were anti-Semitic and utilized prejudice against Jews for their benefit. These two dudes developed a certain way of running political campaigns, which proved to be very successful. They recognized that most voters are decided from the get-go, and the way to win elections is to brutally attack an opponent so that their voters are demoralized and stay home. Otherwise known as, I guess, bullying? This BuzzFeed News article, which combed through a ton of political history and is really worth reading in full for the gross nerds who do that kind of thing, credits this strategy with a number of political victories over the last several decades. Notably, Donald Trump seemed to inherently understand this strategy in effect when he thanked black voters who stayed home and didn't vote at all in 2016.
And the African American community was great to us. They came through.
They didn't vote. Oh my god.
Big league.
Major league. But I don't know how to say major league, so big league,
And
big
frankly,
league.
if they had any doubt, they didn't vote. And that was almost as good because a lot of people didn't show up.
Yeah, that's not how we should want democracy to work.
Yeah. Oh, good, they didn't
bad,
show.
And also the primary way elections go now. Anyway, these two guys didn't invent mudslinging or focusing on negativity in political campaigns. But they did fine-tune the process, put it into practice, and then tell everyone about it. Birnbaum and Finkelstein insist that every successful campaign needs an enemy. That enemy can be your opponent or someone you're trying to connect to them. And then you make the election about that, and claim something very scary will happen if you allow them to succeed. First, Finkelstein helped Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu rise to power in the mid-1990s by framing the election as a referendum on Social Democrat Shimon Peres, suggesting that Peres planned to split Jerusalem during...
Okay, guys, I've got 45 hours on all three of my bases. It was a successful night. Got a lot done. Anything I lost, I got while I was out. I didn't take anything out. You know, as usual, I'm the winner. And so, yeah, we're going to get off the rust now. There we go. It got toxic. So... And there we go. I would buy Streets of Rogue, but there's no base building in it. You have to set up somewhere else. Which is okay, I guess, but I think the second one is where it's going to shine.
During peace negotiations with Palestinians. Though Peres denied this, it forced him to run his campaign on Netanyahu's terms, on the defensive. And he lost by less than 30,000
Gonna play
votes.
some Mortal 2.
Womp womp for the last
Womp
3
womp.
decades, I guess. Womp being the sound of a bomb hitting a refugee camp. Finkelstein set up his protege, Birnbaum, as Netanyahu's chief of staff, and a partnership was formed. More than a decade later, Netanyahu introduced the pair to Viktor Orban. Hey, I remember Orban, who needed a decisive re-election strategy for 2014. Unlike other elections, however, there was no obvious enemy to focus on. As we discussed in our Hungary episode, Orban's prior victory had been so decisive that his political opposition was in shambles. There simply wasn't an easy target like a Hillary or 80s guy in tank to scare people. So, Finkelstein and Birnbaum pitched Orban on a mysterious foreign enemy around whom he could frame the campaign. George Soros. Despite being very old, not having lived in Hungary for decades, helping Viktor Orban study at Oxford, and, like most Hungarians, being a well-known anti-communist, using Soros as the target made a lot of sense. He was, at this point, most well known as a currency manipulator and a funder of democratic groups in the United States. He also couldn't fight back, according to Birnbaum, or else that would legitimize the attacks in the first place and set him up as a real physical opponent. You might notice that you've never really seen Soros on Fox News or Bill Maher or anywhere else trying to defend himself. Orban's campaigns in the 2010s painted any organization that had ever received money from a Soros group as Soros controlled. Orban himself said that Hungary was under attack from, quote, an enemy that is different from us, who does not believe in working but speculates with money. Now, he never specifically called him a Jew, and Birnbaum told a Swiss magazine that Soros being Jewish was irrelevant to their plans, but come on, guys. You know how this goes. That's what makes two Jewish Americans' involvement in this entire story ironic. They probably didn't know how far it would go, but they had to have known what button they were pressing. For example, here's an anti-Soros poster from Hungary in 2017, over which someone has written Budosito, which means dirty Jew. Orban didn't have to say it to make it clear what he was implying, and other people did the work for them. People like Benjamin Netanyahu's son, who posted this totally easy-to-follow meme in 2017, which shows Soros controlling Space Godzilla, who himself controls Freemason Palpatine, who in turn controls Randy Newman, Moby, and blurry Dylan McDermott, who I call Dylan McGlurmott. Really super compelling stuff. And that pretty much brings us to the present. This campaign that made Soros the shadowy enemy in Eastern Europe has taken on a life of its own, and he's now accused of being behind nearly every tragedy, real or fictional. Literally search everything app for Soros and anything that has happened in the last 20 years. Soros employed Derek Chauvin, who is actually a CIA hitman who carried out Sandy Hook and the Boston bombing. Soros made money off the 2017 Las Vegas mass shooting. Anything bad with Boeing planes, that is Soros. He's the puppet master of all the Democrats, but especially the Jewish ones. He's manipulating all the voting machines, but he also controls the detection system to root out voter fraud. He's behind the Trump trials. He's playing one side against the other, in bed with everybody. He's a Nazi and a Jew. He's responsible for everything, the Alpha and Omega. He is legend. Good Lord! And we could write this off as a bunch of fringe weirdos online if these weren't the fringe weirdos in question.
We can't fight the enemy if we won't call them by name, and these are communists, American communists in Chicago that are taking loads of money from George Soros and others.
People don't really understand the degree to which George Soros is successfully remaking this country, and they should understand.
I'm glad that you're.
Thanks very much.
You're welcome. I'm glad
Thanks
that you're
very much.
raising awareness about it.
Kind of hard to call people fringe when they have huge national ratings, is my point. And just to be clear, I don't really care about George Soros. I mean, he's really rich and involved in politics, which is bad, but he's also really old, so the issue will fix itself. This episode is not really about poor old George Soros. It's about the real-life dangers that come from making a global anti-Semitic conspiracy theory mainstream. For example,
hey, I'm done with Copper
2018,
finally.
A Florida man mailed pipe bombs to prominent Democrats, actor Robert De Niro for some reason, and Soros. He tweeted, "You will vanish" to Soros, who was a frequently memed topic on his social media profiles. That same month, a 46-year-old man from Baldwin, Pennsylvania, opened fire in the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, killing 11 people.
I've got to go to the other Goldsmith and Guild, maybe. I don't know.
Anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on Gab, suggesting that a sinister group of wealthy Jews were responsible for the migrant caravan at the southern border, which he referred to as an invasion. Just before the attack, he wrote that HIAS, referring to the Hebrew
I'm out of
Immigrant
fire
Society,
crystals.
quote, likes to bring invaders in that kill our people. I can't sit by and watch my people get slaughtered. Screw your optics, I'm going in. In the weeks before the attack, the lie that George Soros was somehow behind the migrant caravan was repeated by Representative Matt Gaetz in a post that was retweeted by Donald Trump
You
Jr.
fucking
It was
idiots.
repeated by Ann Coulter, Jack Posobiec, and
Idiot.
strongly
Idiot.
hinted at by Texas Representative Louis Gohmert.
Idiot.
I can't help but think that the Democrats, perhaps Soros, others may be funding this, thinking it's going to help them, but they're going to be surprised.
Ah, yes. Whenever a lot of Central American migrants are heading toward the U.S. border, that's always been a really great thing for Democrats, Louis, you f***ing potato. The Tree of Life shooting took place 5 days after that interview.
You fucking
But since the
potato.
2018 midterms were the following week, Republicans didn't want to give up that messaging.
1,200.
And this conspiracy that the migrant caravan was funded by
Really?
a Jewish cabal led by Soros kept going.
1,200.
A lot of these folks also have affiliates who are getting money from the Soros-occupied State Department.
Soros-occupied.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know who, but I wouldn't be surprised. A lot of people say yes.
A lot of people say yes. Nobody knows what they're talking about, of course. But yes, Mr. President, a lot of people said that. A lot of people, it turns out, subscribe to the Great Replacement Theory, the racist and obviously incorrect idea we've talked about plenty of times before, that Jews are trying to replace red-blooded, chicken-fried, corn cream-fed white Americans with Latino migrants. You know, the thing that these guys were ranting about. Anyway, you will not be surprised to learn that soon after the election,
Your inventory is
people
full.
stopped talking
I love
about
Mexican
the
people.
migrants. But you can see the danger here.
Is it that hard
now
to
just
say,
A set
or-
of jangling keys that Republicans can throw
Whatever.
out whenever they want to scare people. The Washington Times says he's on a quest to destroy America. He's building a TikTok army. Arizona
building a
Representative
TikTok
Paul
army.
Gosar
I have to go to my
suggested that he
storage.
funded both the neo-Nazis and counter
Or wait,
protesters
no.
in Charlottesville, Virginia. He's behind every protest.
Demonstration on Columbia's
Your inventory is full.
Oh.
by Soros and other people that hate America.
It literally doesn't
Oh,
matter
it's a
to them that
CCP.
he's 93 years old. He's so old that Reuters accidentally published an obit saying he was dead more than a decade ago. He's so old that the writer of this episode scrambled to finish it for fear that Soros might die before it is released. The people spreading the conspiracies don't care, though. They'll just make his son Alex the new bad guy, considering that old Georgie has turned control of the empire
Your inventory
over
is
to
full.
him. After that news came out, Viktor Orban
Did you
tweeted
die?
a Godfather
No, you-
gif
you
and the word
blasphemed.
Soros 2.0, and Alex Soros is now featured in his party's political billboards. Orban still talks about George Soros all the time.
I know George Soros very well. He is my opponent. He believes in none of the things that we do. And he has an army at his service. Money, NGOs, universities, research institutions, and half the bureaucracy in Brussels.
If George Soros lives to 120 as a disembodied head floating in saline, Orban will keep using him as an enemy. Although, in fairness to Orban, a living, disembodied, floating head in saline sounds pretty fucked up. Get the head! Get it! Get him! Smash the fucked up thing. I think the fact that Soros doesn't really come out and defend himself is why they love using him. After all,
Yeah,
look
he-
at how
he lets
modern
them do it.
conservatives function. There's always a boogeyman. If it's not immigrants, then it's gay people, or PC culture, or wokeness, or DEI, or CRT. They don't govern on ideas, after all. Their entire strategy has been to run on being against something. But as that thing always proves to be benign, they always
Oh, I have to
keep
go
changing
north,
it.
huh?
With Soros, you don't have to change a thing. You can just say he's behind whatever bad thing is in the news, or use him to discredit a movement. It's like how every Harry Potter movie ends with Voldemort behind it all. And while this probably won't hurt Soros himself, this has terrible consequences for not just Jews, but also migrants who continue to be demonized. As I just mentioned, there's been so much violence in the name of stopping George Soros, this intangible enemy.
Mhm.
And as long as they keep pointing to him as this boogeyman, it's not going to stop. So yeah, that's the deal with George Soros. And honestly, I feel a little guilty for going so easy on this guy. I mean, sure, he's surprisingly right about a bunch of stuff, but he is a billionaire after all. And we could probably do a video about many ways that he sucks. He gambles with other countries' economies and then tries to influence them with all the money. He's been a major investor in ghoulish investment firms like the Carlyle Group, alongside other woke commies like the Bushes and Bin Ladens. He's private equity. We hate that. And we would so much rather go after the billionaire class for using their money to bend the rules in their favor and making everything worse while continuing to demand that we all love them. But instead, we have to defend this dumb old billionaire who I'm sure has never listened to any of the bands I referenced and explain why demonizing him based on some Elders of Zion nonsense is really bad for everyone. And only ends up helping the real bad guys achieve their super racist goals. It's villains! The word is villains! Villains. God, that was killing me. Like a bad movie guy would want to be doing.
Bad movie guy.
Villain. I'll remember it. In the future.
I don't really like.
Great episode, everybody. Big thanks
what's his
to our
name
new
that
sponsor
much?
for this one, the Soros Fund Management LLC. That is, look, okay. It's a coincidence.
Yeah.
It's a coincidence.
It's very good. Is it legal to ban TikTok? What happens next? That sounds pretty good. Listen to Legal.
Yes, it's true. America has banned TikTok, or at least forced its sale. Yes, the country that loves to tout the First Amendment that prevents government intrusion into the marketplace of ideas and allows people to express themselves has just intruded into social media and potentially is going to prevent a whole bunch of people from actually expressing themselves. And President Joe Biden signed the law because that guy loves ice cream and frickin' hates China. All because the app is allegedly a threat to national security. It's such a threat to national security that no one has actually seen the evidence that says it's a national security threat.
What
Representative Mike
evidence do
Gallagher
we
led the
have of
charge
that?
against TikTok because he believes it enables China to spy on Americans.
It is not a ban. Think of this as a surgery designed to remove the tumor.
Gallagher then resigned from Congress to join an American surveillance firm. And while some of you want to know
What?
if this is legal or
Really?
not, what everyone really wants to know is if TikTok is banned, how will we learn about exciting challenges like licking an airplane toilet seat to get coronavirus challenge? Where will kids find readings of Osama bin Laden's letters to America? And what about all those recipes for NyQuil fried chicken? Well, don't freak out yet. The ban has sparked fierce opposition from TikTok and the 170 million Americans who enjoy the app, some of whom rely on the platform for their livelihoods. So the question is it legal to ban an app or force a company to sell to another buyer? Today we're going to dive...
Yeah, you know, I never thought about how really catastrophic that fucking might be to a bunch of creators if their fucking platform just gets straight up killed. Like, killed. And, oh man, that never occurred to me. What if Twitch and TikTok just get banned? And like all that work is just gone. It's kind of funny. Like I didn't do any work on TikTok, but I wouldn't mind doing work on TikTok if I thought my work, which is all entirely long form, and long form I mean like 14 hours a day long form. I didn't think TikTok was the proper platform for me, so I never tried to do shorties on TikTok. But I considered it like I did all the other stuff. I'm like, you know, I could be already they're starting to realize that I'm on all day and I'm actually like pulling some viewership sometimes. And so they're sending me offers to do stuff like Genshin Impact and all this and play Genshin Impact on my stream for like, you know, a couple $100. And I sat there and looked at all of those for a while through my Streamlabs and I was like, yeah, I don't think I want to be a shill. And I think I want to keep it my own work my whole life and not make this a thing full of ads and corporatized or any of that stuff. And so... it's kind of weird. And so now, like, you know, and I could take those offers and start making like, you know, like a real living doing this, but it would monetize me in a way where the advertisers would dominate a lot of what I do. And I don't know, if I tell them that I do 14-hour videos, I bet they tell me that I've got to do 14 commercials or like 7. And I'm like, I don't think I want to turn into a commercial guy. I don't want to do commercials all the time for somebody else. It's not my product. I don't have to pitch it, you know?
Dive into the controversy surrounding...
I don't need them to get by. I don't need their money to get by. I don't need their help. I don't, you know, like at least not right now. I'm doing okay. I have my assistants and I'm living off my $7,000 a year and I'm doing great, you know? It's a little bit more than that when you add in food stamps. It's like $10,000 a year when you add in food stamps, I think, something like that. Yeah, they send like $2,400 a year in food stamps, so it's a little bit more than that. It's like $9,600 or something, you know, a year. And I'm living off of that $10,000. I don't eat a lot, you know. I have 2 visits to the grocery store every 2 weeks and like I have each time $108 to spend. And so I really have to like watch it, because that's like, what is that? That's so if you buy 2 bottles of milk, or so yeah, like 2 bottles of like say milk, that's $8 of your 106. And then it just gets worse from there. So I'm very careful. I get like, we started making our own bread, and we started growing a lot of our own vegetables and stuff. And I get meals comped to me by my family when they cook. But yeah, that's not that much money. And then sometimes I do have to dip into my money when I go to the grocery store, And so it's just weird living off of like 10 grand a year. And I think about these people that sit there that are making like 200 grand a year to do nothing in Congress.
TikTok and the efforts to regulate and ban.
And it's weird because they seem to want to go and ban a bunch of working people. I think the only people that really get harmed by TikTok being banned are providers. That's it. Content creators. The only people that harms is content creators. I don't think it stops TikTok. I think it'll pop up somewhere else immediately, like YouTube or whatever. If they'll just take their business to YouTube. I don't really see the fucking difference. And all that does is serve to harm the content creators. That's it. I don't really think it'll ever stop the populace from watching fucking TikTok or some version of it. They'll take all of their business right to YouTube. You know what they'll do? YouTube's probably like cheering in the background and being like, yeah, kill TikTok, sure. YouTube and Google and all these other fucking huge conglomerates are like, sure, kill TikTok. That's one less competitor for us, right? Everybody in the corporate scene is like, this is like, got like mum's the word, zips across their lips, even though they all watch TikTok all day, right? But they're like, you can hear it. No one's going to stand and defend the TikTok, I don't think. And it's kind of weird because they view it as competition. And the only people who really be harmed by it getting banned are the content creators who built their lifestyles off of TikTok. Those are the only people that will be harmed. The people who watch it will just go to YouTube. Like that day, there will be zero interruption. They'll go right back to their plastic fantastic, social media dominated, TikTok fucking Vine dominated, lives, and they'll go right back to that right on YouTube. There'll be no difference in anything done for them to ban TikTok. It will not benefit them at all. It is like saying, it's like saying don't be homeless or something like that. They're just going to get right back on the streets that day. There's nothing, it doesn't matter what you do. Like, it's the same, they're going to go do it anyways. Like, so if they can't get their fix on TikTok, they'll go right to YouTube. They'll go right to YouTube, and there'll be this huge explosion on YouTube of YouTube content, creators, who suddenly are like homeless because they're gone from TikTok. And so now they're like on YouTube full mainstream, all this will do. The only thing I can see is just making YouTube more of a monopoly. It's like the only benefit from this at all. I don't think it stops people from seeing social media or like watching trashy vines all day on TikTok or while watching trashy TikTok all day. I don't think that's going to stop them. I think they'll go right to wherever else they can find it that day. Like it'll be an interruption for an hour. Just like the war on drugs. They say all the time, we seized 200 pounds of cocaine. And it's like, yeah, that's great. What is that? That's like a few days worth of drug use to the community or something. That's great. You did not stop anything at all. It's the same thing. You didn't stop any drugs ever. And you can't stop TikTok. They'll just go right the fuck to YouTube, and they'll keep producing that same exact content. You can't stop them. And that content will just be on YouTube instead of fucking TikTok. That's the only thing. It kind of sounds like the Congress is like pro-YouTube and wants YouTube to explode into something even bigger than it already is. And may I remind you, YouTube is Google. You know what I'm saying? It's one of the biggest, if not the biggest corporations in the world. And you seem to really want to have, you seem to really want that monopoly to have. I mean, I wouldn't say YouTube has a monopoly. They don't. There's like Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, Snapchat. There's there's a bunch of them, right? But I mean, killing one, I think all that does is force their audience to 6 other places. I don't believe it stops them from watching trashy vines all day. I don't think so. I don't think Pokemon's going to stop watching anything at all. I think she's going to sit up there on YouTube if she's not on fucking on TikTok. And she'll let her TikTok fortune go because they were good to her. But I mean, like, I don't really see, and the good content creators won't even be affected by it. They'll just move to YouTube, and if they've already got an established audience and they can't be found on TikTok anymore, watching TikTok all day for their TikTok audience, watching TikTok videos of celebrities watching TikTok videos of celebrities watching TikTok videos of celebrities watching TikTok videos all day. And, you know, and that isn't going to stop. Killing TikTok isn't going to stop that. The idiot government is out with their fascism again. I don't want this push. It's not going to stop them from watching trashy vines all day. You know it's not. It's not going to stop them in any way or fucking form. They're going to go right to YouTube, and they're going to popularize. They'll popularize shorties. They'll go to Instagram. They'll make Instagram even more popular than it should be. It's just weird, and they'll take their business somewhere else. I don't see how killing it kind of seems racist to me. It's like, oh, if the money's not rich and white, then we don't want it. That's kind of what it sounds like to me. That sounds like the American position on TikTok. They're like, oh no, the money's going is going overseas to China. We can't have that. And so, and just like this guy said earlier, was talking about how Joe Biden must really hate China. I think he kind of does. I think they're out to stop Chinese people from making money off an American interest who wants a Chinese product. And I don't know if that is. I mean, that is not free trade to me. Those are not the ideals of a free trade America. You know what I'm saying? We used to believe in free trade in this country, but now it seems to me that you just don't like the fact that the Chinese are making all that money off TikTok. I think that's what this sounds like. It sounds racist to me. And I've changed my stance now after the legal video. I think it was enough. Where I'm like, yeah, but how legal is it to just shut out? Like, there's 7 or 8 companies here. Are you really going to shut out one based off the fact that one of the 8 is trashy? They're all trashy. YouTube's trashy. They're all trashy fucking Vine like providers. They all provide trashy Vines to anybody who cares to watch them. Don't believe me? Go look up how many fail videos there actually is on YouTube. It's just insane. They're all trashy providers that provide this trashy stuff, and we willingly gobble it down. Even the kids, goddamn, gobble it down like McDonald's or something. We just gobble it down, even if it is bad for us. And trust me, you can't stop them from watching trashy vines. They'll die first. They'll just go somewhere else with it. They'll go to some other legal place, and if you shut down YouTube, they'll just open up some other place, and they'll start like a rogue culture. It's the same thing with drugs as it is content providing. It doesn't matter. They're always going to have their hordes of fans that want the product. You can't shut down TikTok, and it seems racist to me that you tried. If you want to shut down TikTok for being trashy, shut them all down for being trashy. Shut down YouTube, and I'm dead serious about this. If you Joe Biden, I challenge you as an American. I hope somebody fucking retweets this someday or whatever the fuck is. I'm sure as hell not going to. I'm not caught up in the social media mess, and I don't watch TikTok all day. So as somebody from the outside whose generation got mired up in the TikTok, I'm very aware of it. Like, you know, in the Facebook and all this stuff. As somebody who really didn't fall victim to that stuff, I didn't fall victim to any of it. And I do watch trashy YouTube all day, but I would let that go. I have no mind. I have no mind to watch the trashy YouTube all day. I could do the MMORPGs all day, no problem, and not watch the trashy TV all day. I just think it makes the doldrum like grind that is MMORPGs much more tolerable. And most of the stuff that I watch, I would consider to be infotainment. Not all of it. Sometimes I'm watching Tom Dark talking shit about some provider and it's completely trashy like TMZ. But most of the fucking time it's infotainment. I'm learning like the most I've ever learned. Way more than high school or college. Like, these people are just freely just fucking dumping info into my brain as fast as they can freely. And I would consider TikTok, that's kind of one of their big like pros. If you look at pros and cons, they actually do pitch a lot of infotainment to this world. And this would be a valid reason not to ban TikTok. And I would take that in front of the Congress and I would say 3 reasons why you should not ban TikTok. A, they'll just go to YouTube that day. It's just like drugs. You can't ban drugs either. They'll go on down the street to some speakeasy. You can't ban drugs or alcohol either. Trust me. They'll go on down the fucking street to the next drug dealer, to the next. They will keep doing it. You can't stop them. They're monkeys. They can't stop doing it. They will not stop doing that. Stop trying. Stop wasting my fucking tax money on the goddamn drug war. I don't want it anymore, and I don't want you if you do. I don't want you wasting our tax money on drug war anymore. These monkeys will get what they want. You can't fucking stop them. It's the exact same thing as the TikTok. I don't want you wasting our time and money trying to ban TikTok out of here. It appears racist. It won't stop them from watching trashy vines that rot their brains all day. They're addicted to it. They'll get it wherever they can get it. It'll be YouTube. It doesn't matter. So if you're gonna ban one, ban all of them and stop it and actually stop the problem. You know what I'm saying? It's the same old Democratic wishy-washy bullshit. It's why I don't like both parties. It seems like Democrats are on a push to kill TikTok right now. I don't like that because I feel like, again, I've said it like 7 times, but I'll say it 50 times. The only people that'll be harmed by that are the people making a living off of it. You are killing an industry and shoving them somewhere else. They're